Welcome back, everybody, to some NECC Rainbow Six Siege. We are pretty excited here to get us started with some Emergence East Division play. We've got SIUE Red and University of Rio Grande coming up here.
Yeah, Rio Grande, we actually had the honor of casting them last week, and I believe that was a victory. Yeah, it was that victory against Central Methodist. So they're 2-2, but SIUE, they are coming off 4-0 right now, wanting to continue that undefeated streak, wanting to stay dominant on top of their division, but it is going to have to continue today. Rio Grande, they're a so-and-so team. They've shown some strength, they've shown some weaknesses. So SIUE, there's a lot to work with there, but no team is perfect. So Rio Grande, hey, maybe they could topple a king today.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity to really make or break season for either of these teams. SIUE just powering on strong so far. And on the roster, we can switch on over there.
You'll see
Well, maybe not.
rosters are being brought. Oh, well, there we go. Just a little bit.
There we go. Waffles, Pineapple Bum, Hobo, Andy Bink, and Soy the Bean. That's the team that we got coming up for, say, Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin, you've got Caboosed, Quixie, Skinline, Ice and Ice N. To be determined, I guess. So some teams run a lot, and there's not the confirmed 5 that we know of. So we'll see what is being brought. But going right on over to the map bands, we go through the bands. We see Clubhouse, Villa, and Cafe Dostoyevsky are going to be the maps that are going to emerge. I guess I had a little pun there. Don't worry about it. In this series today. So pretty usual set of maps, Treasure.
Yeah, Clubhouse is never surprising one. Probably the most comfortable one for just about any roster at any level of play in Rainbow Six Siege. Villa getting to be almost to that point as well, real bread and butter one. Cafe's a little more interesting, requires that very vertical approach, always the easy thing to say about it. Coming down from that third floor, since it does have 3 full floors, and with a lot of potential for roamers being up there, it's always going to direct play in a certain way. So that one sort of stands out a little bit more between these two, but is less likely to be seen. We know we're going to Clubhouse, and we know we're going to go to Villa tonight.
Okay, wait. Now I'm actually staring at the map band screen. It says Cafe is banned, but it also says Cafe is Decider.
Oh, Cafe's doing some exciting things. I think it. Yeah, it looks like the spreadsheets might have disseminated it.
Okay, I think that
correctly.
last one was Border. There it is. So I know that some people don't like Cafe, but we need to make sure that yes, it does emerge from the ban phases. It was not banned, but kind of talking about these two teams, we've seen a lot of Rio Grande on the stream. So they have been a team where we've kind of got to see them publicly. And like I said, they have a lot to work with, but obviously they're 2-2 for a reason.
Yeah, and I don't know if we've actually gotten the opportunity to see SIUE at all, even on stream yet. And they do have a full half of the season behind them so far. I think at this rate, uh, they might even be able to get in. I think they've sealed their ticket nearly for playoffs at this rate. They would have to lose all the way through, and then they'd still be at tiebreakers in the most likely scenario. So they're feeling really comfortable through their regular season. They've done the due diligence already. So they want to ride that and see where they can seed themselves into playoffs. So at this point, they're kind of ticket stamped, just getting ready for the playoffs and finding out how much they can really get. And we got an updated little bit of the roster here now that we've checked in on who's actually in the lobby. So Boost, Quixie, Skillline, Quads, and ISO Nice. So not who we're suspecting actually, since we're thinking want to buy an Xbox might be up, but
yeah, Seawads was the one player that was missing from before. But yep, just hopefully getting on in. We get a nice little view of the map. As it is, SIUE red, Rio Grande, they are red, and it is just both these teams will be seeing red today going against each other because it can be a best of 3 that will be back and forth. But I think this first map, Rio Grande, probably has to come out with at least a close game because SIUE, they have a lot of momentum on their side. They haven't lost so far. So if you don't, get yourself a victory early on, you can really start to build yourself a hole.
Yeah, so here we've got actually a pretty wide variety of viable objectives on this first map that we'll be looking at, and we've been nicely panning around Clubhouse, getting a gander at the rest of the map that we've got available. A couple of second floor sites for those of you who are not as familiar. One down here in the basement that we're peeking at here through our tunnel, which has quite a few access points, which are really going to be determined by how the defense is setting it up. It can be played in a real variety of ways, and then even the first floor objective on Bar Bar has actually emerged as one that's much more commonly played over the last few months.
Yeah, and it is a little surprising because it still doesn't feel like a site that's really figured out by a lot of teams. The defense doesn't always have good control over it, so we'll see if we're gonna see that site going forward. But right now, Habana is going to be that first man.
Yep. So that makes quite a bit of sense right off the bat. So the bonnet can do a lot of hard breaching, especially on hatches, is where she really shows her threat and her total utility usage, especially in the basement, since there's so many places that she can come in from. And a Maverick brand ban on top of that is a huge limiting factor.
It's interesting because Maverick is mostly used just for getting open CCTV wall, and ever since he got his frags nerfed, his frags taken away from him, he has had probably no play in competitive Rainbow Six Siege. So Maverick going off, I don't think it's going to limit teams' options too much because you're still going to have to go inside the building, shoot out those bandit batteries that are hanging out. So, or not the Kaid claws, or the mute jammers are going to be probably the most prevalent source of wall denial. So we'll see how often mute is played, as basement might be where we head first. Gym bedroom, which has actually started to emerge as more a primary site for some teams. They choose to send themselves here, but right now that's where we're going to be started. Montaigne sends. That would be a very enjoyable operator set off the bat.
Yeah, that's an interesting setup right there. I would err to suspect that that's probably a lineup that is anticipating the other upstairs site over on CCTV and cash room. Montaigne is really good at pushing up into garage. You're going to play her from rafters, and I think Sens has some ability to use the same, or to split site in half once you've opened up CCTV wall. You put that down, and it'll stop players from having good lines of sight on the red stairs. But yeah, that's my suspicion, especially now that they've seen objective, and Hobo there is switching off onto the Yana, a character that gives more guaranteed value.
I think that the ace as well means that we could see an attack from the CC side and from the hot tub side. That's what the extra hard breach kind of gives you in that scenario, as well as, a Thatcher was not banned, so any mute jammers aren't really going to matter, as we're gonna see some players running in place just for a little bit, some server issues, but hopefully will figure itself out, as man, it is stuttering right now.
Yeah, Ubisoft is letting us down on these Tuesdays. We're getting a little bit more of that these last couple weeks. But like you said, Thatcher being in the play is going to basically just negate the use of those mute jammers. And instantly, Jacuzzi wall is open and there are guns watching it. That's a 1.5 times sight available for Thermite. He's got a nice rifle firing those 5.56 rounds, which will give him good damage through this. And he's already got plenty of knowledge up ahead and a kill to boot. So the Bean picking one up right down the hallway. I think they're going to rotate from logistics back in. And already SIUE Red is looking to threaten Jim hugely. There's no players there to defend at all.
Yeah, as well as Seawant is now going to drop a player just to try to go for a flank of sorts, but the fact that one of your two mute jammers is going to look at the map control that Rio Grande has had to give up, and honestly, that is surprising because they got the hot tub wall open, but the site is still defendable. Logistics is still able to be held, and Skiline is going to realize that, push up back to the bathroom, as I don't believe the drone did spot them, but Rio Grande just giving up so much so easily. And if SIUE, they push in, they could really get this site for free, especially if they drop Skiline or Seawand, any player that's hanging out around the site.
Yeah, Skyline just stole so much ground right back, though, and that was a big mistake from SIUE Red. They had the full intel to be working with to take up the ground, but nobody moved up, actually. They had objective, but they just stayed right there, allowed Skyline to get back in bathroom. He's going to find a kill as well. That's a refrag on the first person who picked up a frag, but he's not going to stay in the play for too much longer, as Hobo, that Yana right behind this sledge, is going to pick up the kill for him. The defense has done some work on the other side of the field, but they're losing numbers here pretty quickly, and Andy Bink there is to finish up Sea-Watch. That hero that they were hoping for on the flank just can't find it.
Well, already, SIUE kind of showing what a strong team they are. And I think that Rio Grande, they got a little too scared early, Treasure. That's something that they just gave up so much. They had to fight their way back. And by then, it allowed SIUE to surround around the site itself, to actually go from CCTV. There was so much time that was afforded to them that they could actually set up a decent attack. There's no wonder they won this site. But we're going back here again, changing from a Mozzie to a Mira. I think a wonderful change, especially on this site. It's Mira's best site on this entire map, because she could just hold that one area. That bathroom is such a power position right near the site, looking right at the hot tub wall. Skiline is a great player. We've seen Rio when Rio Grande has been on the stream, so I think this is a round that they could really bounce back.
Yeah, I really like this, and you look, ISO is over there in the bathroom by that mirror window that you're mentioning, and we saw what Skyline was able to do, taking that position back with absolutely no utility used for him. If you were to put him back in the same spot and give him a meta window to be working with, first of all, it's going to be really hard for SIUE to push him, even if they're doubling up like they did before by having Soybean and Hobo push in. They probably don't want to touch it, first of all, and second of all, if they do, he's got a way better chance of finding both kills instead of just one, which is still pretty worthwhile for him.
Yeah, you let these fraggers go crazy, and it makes your life that much harder. So now the wall's getting opened. Thatcher EMP is combined with Frag Grenade is just going to make sure that wall gets opened up. And now I think with that Ace Soma charge, it's going to make this mirror window completely busted open, because Soy can just throw in one EMP and any denial is completely gone. Because now, yes, you do see Skiline back away from the bathroom, and it's so early in the round, Treasure. 2 minutes left in this round. We're already seeing the bathroom wall open, the hot tub wall open, and it's looking so similar to last round as well. A frag rain goes on through, doesn't deal lethal damage, just so nice, but Pineapple's gonna deal lethal damage with their gun, and now you lose Caboose to So Nice is still gonna try to hold this bathroom down, but it is a risky play.
Yeah, this is just going to be a constant with this objective, is that with Thatcher on the board, this is going to open up really fast, and wow, Waffles going to just walk up on the window, find that kill, bang it through the barricades. Maybe had a little bit of intel working with from drones, and he does have some more as well to work with here. He knows that Sea-Watts is trying to make the rotation at the top of Red Stairs. He's going to take that head away, and Rio Grande is looking very poorly in this situation. ISO Nice goes down as well, so it's only Skyline, that player we talked about, and he just can't stand against this full-on onslaught from SIU Red.
Well, usually when teams go back to the same site, they look better on it. That was not the case. A flawless round is probably the biggest visual icon that a team did not do well in a round. Unable to secure a single kill. Basement is going to be the next site. As I don't know, I'm yawning so much, Treasure. We're just starting. This game has already been. I know, it's
we're
not
actually
boring
on
at
an
all.
early cast, and this time you're sleepy as well. There's no winning, is there? Well, 2-0 already. Sometimes just be sleepy, I know.
Sometimes just be sleepy.
But 2 rounds on the clock here for SIUE Red, feeling pretty comfortable. I like the basement pick. I would have been motivated to actually push this to be a first objective, even if it's not the one that you're most comfortable with. That Hibana ban from Rio Grande is, I think, a huge, huge factor here, because Hibana is capable of how many now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 4 or 5? I'm not here to count. I'm here to talk. But a lot of hatches, and that's more hatches that are actually on this map. So she's got some additionally, if you were to open up kitchen hatch and say blue hatch, just theoretically those two, then you still have plenty left for making a hole in the wall over by church in order to get into objective as well. So her being off the clock here means that, like, Thermite has to be a big pick. He's gonna have to be picked. That's the only person who can do 2 other than Hibana for hatches. And SIUE Red actually opts for going with 2 hard breaching characters in order to keep up that pace to be able to attack this site. So you're forcing so much value to be sunk into hard breach.
I mean, they also are bringing the secondary hard breach of Ying as well. So I think they're kind of spreading the love around, not putting all their eggs in one basket, which usually is a good idea, especially if you can open up a lot of sight lines, open up just a lot of areas where the defenders can be paranoid. That is something that you will find success as an attacking team if you just constantly keep the defense looking around them, whipping their mouse around, not knowing for sure where the attack is coming from. But SIUE, that is a typo at the top as well. SIUE, they've kind of ignored the roamers on the second floor. They're ignoring Quixie, they're ignoring Seawads, and just directly going for these hatches and dirts. We'll see how this plays out later in the round, because if you don't deal with them, you have to for a reason. They'll come to bite you in the butt later.
Yeah, and they've made great time as well. This has been a signature already that we've seen these last 2 rounds, is getting their hard breach open really quickly so they can focus on their gunfire. But with Flanky still up, that means that we really have to focus up on our drone game. And already there are like 3 drones down, so that is something to be concerned about as well. And a player playing fully alone out here in bar, yeah, that's exactly what I was worried about here. Running and then hard breaching fully alone, you don't have anyone to extend back and get you. That results in 2 kills for the defense. Pineapple Bomb finding 1 for himself, maybe through the floor, I think, at this rate. Yeah, he's getting some pings from the drones down below, so that's a nice pickup for the offense, but they played too fast and they're losing players for it.
The thing about that, Waffles should have had the kill onto Quixie. It's just recoil in the end was a little too much. So now SIUE have to work with 1 player down, as Seawads and Quixie are going to rejoin their fellow members of the defense on the basement side, as this cube barrier does have to get punched, and it's just gonna waste a little bit more time. So SIUE just have to funnel into this site, a 2v3 with 15 seconds left. There's no time to get this thermite up, but Hobo is still going to commit to it. They do get the thermite up, but lose the sledge in the process. A great kill onto Quixie, as now they just have to flood. Hobo has to stick down this diffuser, and it's going to be up to Andy to do some really good defense, and the diffuser will get put down, but unfortunately is at the cost of Andy's life. Ski Light gets looking in the wrong direction. No, so is Seawads, and SIUE just kind of grab that round from the depths and make it a W.
Not even SIUE, really just Hobo right there, picking up a 3K. Feels like each one more impressive than the last. That like one and done shot through the corner as he breached in after rezzing his teammate and getting the plants in. Absolutely putting the team on his back, saying, no, we're gonna win this. We were a little fast, we were a little cocky on the first half of the round, but gun skill can get us out of this one, and he saves that one just by the skin of the teeth. So going right back to the basement, I think is the wise move once again, but they do have a history already in this game of losing when they go back.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, last time they went to a site, it was a lot worse, but the bar is very low here. It was a 1vx post-plant clutch that allowed SIUE to win. So Rio Grande, it's going to be hard to beat how close that is, but they really need to come away with the victory here. That is something that no matter how the round plays out, how many players are left alive on each side, it has to be Rio Grande. If they want to stay in this match, it has to be a victory on their side. As I'm guessing that the lag that we're seeing is more player side or client sided, I guess. I don't, but we're not seeing any players complain in chat or go for a rehost, so.
Yeah, so hopefully that's not something that's actually affecting their gameplay nearly as much as our viewing experience, since that's much more important, really speaking. But the changes I really want to see from these 2 teams, SIUE Red, I want some better droning out, especially for their flex players who are going off a little more separate, so there shouldn't be any free picks being given out. And the defense, Rio Grande, they put 2 players over here in Oil Pit, and that ended up being way too long to get back to site. They had a great pinch on Dirt, which gave the down that almost clutched up the round for them. But after that, they weren't as aggressive to retake their site, especially once timer was hitting 0 and plant was going down. That was the time where they needed to get aggressive, and they just weren't feeling up to it there, and that's what cost them the round, because they allowed it to wait until they had to be the ones attacking. They didn't know where the diffuser was.
Yeah, just a brief lack of information in key situations can be the difference between victory and defeat, but it's kind of similar as well. It's SIUE, they go for very, I guess, a default style. They know what they need to do, and they perform that to a T, as they're still ignoring these roamers. They're still just really directly going for the site when it comes to the execution. So they're a team that wants to exploit their opponent's weaknesses, and I think now Rio Grande have kind of been feeding into that so far, as we are seeing a dirt push. It's going to be Andy pushing on forward with the LMG that recently nerfed. As well, Yang doesn't have any other gun. She has to be running that LMG, as it is going to find the first head, and the second one, it isn't going to be a headshot, but it is so nice just walking right into the crosshair of Andy. Well, SIUE looking to duplicate their previous victory on the basement side.
Yeah, and this time that stopgap, the defense on Dirt is just not there. Yeah, and the flashbangs have done a lot. Pineapple Bomb peeking, finding exactly the head he wants to take C-Wads away. And it's just Skyline now after that last death. Quixie going down. He doesn't have any intel to be working off of. He probably doesn't even know that Defuse is going down, but now he does. He sees, oh, that figure coming down the stairs, but Wafflebot just has a better angle and a longer range gun to be working with as well. He finds the shots he needs to bring out another flawless victory.
Rio Grande just look outmatched right now by SIUE. It's like in a different division right now, just because they look confused and they look bamboozled. Every single mistake that they're making is getting taken advantage of by SIUE, so they can't. They have to play with perfect precision, and they're not a team that has that down. They are 2-2, so they've made some mistakes in the past, but like I said, this is a time where you can't really be having those as we're getting into the more second half of the season. Every win counts. And I want to mention this because we didn't mention it in the beginning section of the broadcast. SIUE has not dropped a single map this entire season.
Wow. Yeah, that's a astonishing record. So they want to keep that up, and they're already on a good pace to do so with 4 rounds back to back on this first map. It is their map choice as well, so that may factor in. This is where they wanted to be out of all the maps that they could choose. Just 1 or 2 banned out at that point.
So on their maps, they've had 4 7-2s, and that has been the closest. They've had 1 8-6 victory, and every other map that they have won has been 7-2 or less.
Wow, who took them there?
Yeah, it was NEC.
Okay,
NEC
unfortunately,
lost 8-6.
Yeah, it looks like Rio Grande has not faced NEC, so we don't get any more comparison to be working off of here. Defense get a little bit more aggressive here, and I like that. They need something to change the odds in their favor. I think that was Caboose getting aggressive on Garage Door. Doesn't find the kill, though, and a Claymore has gone up, and potentially this Montagne, yeah, pushing in like we were talking about earlier in Garage, and Hobo finally gets to play on that Sense, because we have now gone up to this iconic CCTV site.
Oh, just being a little bit of a drone and being a gigantic nuisance for Caboose, as the impact will deal a little damage from Waffles, as, oh, just turning a little bit too much to the left. They get shot up, but actually not killed, as this frag grenade should get the confirm onto Caboose, but Andy is actually going to finish that one up. Doesn't even need the frag grenade, as now Rafters is gone. There's not as much pressure in the site itself. C-Wads is going to be there, but Quixie over in Oil Pit is going to find the first kill in this round for Rio Grande, and now they are just going to have to be a huge defender, a huge roamer that has to stop this SIUE team, because they are just looking like they are storming to the site.
Yeah, that was really nice. See up from Oil Pit. That was a great play, but it needed to come sooner. Caboose did everything he could, getting just about all of the health from Waffles, and it took 3 players from the offense to keep up with him. Some fire right through that. Smoke is actually really close to taking a kill. No, not quite. Oh, no, no C4 below. There is just nothing left in the hands of the defenders to stop that plant from going down. So close to finding bullets that are going to stop it, but they just can't quite. Finally finding the down on the feet right there. Pistol looking to confirm the kill, and Quixie coming up from behind for that second and third kill, just what his team needs. Only 2 left, and Waffles has barely any health. Hobo just has to hope he can play patient enough to watch over this diffuser and take on these waves of defenders that have to come out and try and get that briefcase up.
Oh, and now Waffles is taken down, but that's so much time dedicated. And now Hobo can just play up and down chutes and ladders as Rio Grande, now they have to commit. Have they beat the timer? Potentially they have, but it doesn't even matter. Hobo, the clutch gang right now. They get another one, a 1v3, and they keep SIUE's undefeated round streak in this map alive.
That is so unfortunate for the defense right there. They had everything they needed. They just did not realize where Hobo was. And that's extra tragic to see, because that is such a default thing to do. If there's a plant going down in CCTV, you should expect someone on rappel, not even looking, just hanging down below. That way they can wait. Once they hear the diffuser going off, they're going to peek up and take those quick fires. But Hobo plays the role so perfectly. I mean, I'm not sure if that was single firing. It seemed to come up like that on the stream, but that might have been a little bit of lag. But perfectly acing those shots. I think even killing with the feet, like feet shots through that Kaiba barrier, which is beautiful to see. And taking 3 in a row. That's the second 3K clutch of this map already.
Well, we're going back to the same site. Twice we've done that, and it's been a flawless round every single round in 2 out of 2.
Oh no,
so,
we have.
I know, it's kind of funny that it's like going back to the same site. You expect it to be so much better,
but we can't stop them.
No, we can't stop them from entering the site. There's a lineup change, so actually a big lineup change as well. No more Azami. You've got a Mozzie, Goyo, Capcan. So I don't know if operator changes are the biggest thing that are really keeping Rio Grande away from victory, but who knows?
Yeah, they're trying to slow down the attack a little bit. The utility usage has come at them fast. No one up in attic here is going to give away a lot that they had out here. So already the ADSs are gone. Those grenades could once again kill out ISO Nice pretty quickly. And there's a drone watching his feet as well. Yeah, there we go. Hard breach going off on the exterior wall, leading right into CCTV, I think, as well as this one in garage, which Quixie wants to face check. He's feeling good as the one player really finding kills on his team, but there's no one to be found out there, so he's got to pull off a little bit. Attic has been fully given away this time. That position that Caboose played so well, just handed off to Waffles this time.
And well, Rafters is gone a minute into the round. You lose another player of Quixie, so you have 1 C4 left in the pocket of Skiline, but 1 C4 isn't going to be the savior of this round because there's so much time on the clock. Even if a plant starts to go down, C4 maybe stops it, somebody can immediately pick up that diffuser. Skiline actually waits a long time, but almost triple zeros on that diffuser. The C4 goes off, takes out the planter, but Waffles is just being a brick wall in this door. They actually have to back away due to the immense amount of damage on them, as now we will see Soy stick that diffuser. There is no C4, as once again it is just SIUE planting that yellow lunchbox down, and well, it has to be a 1v3 on the side of Rio Grande this time, and it's not gonna happen. It's not a flawless round, but it's pretty darn close. A flawless half for SIUE.
And this time SIUE didn't even put anyone on the rappel outside. Instead, that the overwatch for the defuse, because they placed defuse on the other side of the bomb, and that's key. That is essentially a different plant position. just a difference of like 3 feet. But one of them is defended from the exterior on CCTV wall. The other one defended from the window. And usually the window side is a little bit better if you've actually come as a team through construction. That way you can hold a 90-degree angle, that crossfire from the doorway into cash. They didn't do that this time, but it worked just the same because they were able to win out their gunfights and be so oppressive. And even that precedent from last round, where Rio Grande kind of threw it away by not checking for Hobo out there on rappel, this time, one of their players actually did go out and check, and there's no one there, and he just gets beamed in the back of the head, and that's how their Goya was lost. So they're playing mind games, even if they're not going from cash, or not going from cash side, they're still playing like it for the plant, so that way they can just stay in the heads of Rio Grande. Really impressive stuff.
So a timeout, in my opinion, taken way too late. It has just been honestly a slaughter right now for SIUE, and the timeout is at the moment right before Rio Grande is gonna finish the map if they get 7-0'd, so way too late in my opinion. But it's a changing of the times, as we have seen some crazy halves. I have recently witnessed a 15 defender-sided map where it was 14 defense wins and 1 attacking win. So SIUE looks, yeah, it was difficult to watch.
That's a real grinder.
It was, but here's the thing. SIUE, they're now on the defense. They can kind of choose how far they push up, how much they want, how much pressure they actually want to put onto Rio Grande, who have to set the pacing very early in this round because, well, they are on the brink of destruction, Treasure.
10 seconds left.
How much do you want to bet Hobo spawn peaks here? I never see a player land such a big start to a game. That 10-0-0 stat line, just absolutely insane. Taking whole rounds on his own, not just be feeling themselves and go for it at that beginning. So, well, we'll see if they'll keep that up, see if they'll keep any even further into the double digits, but 10 in 6 rounds, absolute insanity.
Oh yeah, and well, you've got some frags are kind of inconsistent. I mean, Rio Grande Caboose has been an opening death in a couple of these rounds, about half of them. Luckily, there's going to be Skyline, who is taking out Hobo, the 10-kill player that we were talking about earlier, as Waffles is going to follow. So right now, it's kind of SIUE getting punished, as their aggression now is netting them not much besides death.
Yeah, this is a lot of kills really early for this, especially with the last half how we were seeing it. So totally on its head, Rio Grande on attack. They're finding more kills, especially against this more aggressive defense, but not getting as much objective play as their opponents did in the same position. Smoke's being burnt early over by the logistics side. This is going to slow down the attack because Rio Grande has, oh, nice, has dedicated to pushing fully this side. A nice wall bang there, something that you can kind of expect someone being through this doorway, and that was a great way to pick up that kill ahead of time. Explosion right there. Yeah, construction side has been fully taken by the attack. They're actually in a really comfortable spot, and they only have 2 defenders to root out. And they have any grenades to be working with? No, but they do have some more utility that could slow down the defender and root them out.
Now it's just going to be up to Soy and Pineapple. Unfortunately, the clutch master is not alive, so someone else is going to have to take on the mantle. Rio Grande have a lot of time on their back, and they're using it to drone out, potentially reposition some players. I think this is going to be for the benefit. If you want to use the time that you have, potentially net you an even bigger advantage, why not use it, as a wall is going to be opened up in that construction single walls. Pineapple, just hiding behind this red stairs wall, is probably going to be the first defender, as the drone might spot some of these defenders. Well, now it's a little quiet. Too quiet. We're not seeing anything throw down yet, and it's scaring me.
Yeah, 40 seconds left means we're getting a little bit tight for what I'd like to see. Oh no, getting scared to jump directly into sight because they don't know where the defenders are, even after all that droning time. But some smokes are going to cut off actually very relevant lines of sight. This diffuser right here on that spot that was blown out from below by the Zofia, I think that's phenomenal. I want to come back to that as well. And diffuser is going down. Pineapple Bomb finds himself a kill. So does Soy the Bean, holding that slightly wide angle up there and diffuse, but can't quite see the relevant spot. Pineapple, though, is going to clean up the planter right after he finishes it. And he's looking for another one. He's very low on health now, and a Kiba barrier is going to make it even harder for Quixie to get in and actually respond.
Yeah, now Quixie has to jump in, has to find the kill, but Soy the Bean just has the angle. A 7-0 map for SIUE. And, well, that one was quick, Treasure. As now that one's done, we're hoping that, hey, maybe Rio Grande, they got a victory last week. Maybe they'll come away with one this week if they try their hearts out. Well, that is a stinker right there. It hurts right down to your core.
That was brutal. Yeah, but SIUE Red, this is the pace that they've been working with this season. So they're happy to just keep chugging along like this. It's going to be up to the University of Rio Grande to push them, stop the pace that they're moving at, do something, get underneath the tires or the wheels of that train. And they're going to be trying to do that on their map choice, Villa. They had basically every map to choose from for this, so hopefully that will give them that push that they need. But it is an uphill climb. We'll come back with it in just a few minutes here, so don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to NECC. We just had a 7-0 map 1. SIUE just dominated Rio Grande. So now going into map 2, we are going to need a very abrupt change of pace if we're not going to see a similar result.
Yeah, and SIUE Red, this is kind of what we've come to expect from them. They're sitting at 4-0. They've had very few close games at all. They've been steamrolling through. They haven't lost a map, and they're looking to keep it that way and just keep cruising on through the last half of their regular season, sort of to secure potentially one of the top spots in their playoffs. So they're looking good, and University of Rio Grande has the onus on them right now to make their Villa map their choice, something that's going to be pretty advantageous to them. So they're going to be attacking first, as is usually the nature of these things when it's your map choice. So nothing too crazy there. I'm curious to see what the bans are, because we saw some weird ones on Clubhouse just now.
Yeah, I mean, but they still kind of could have been falling into the slot of it's a normal ban for Clubhouse, just like Jackal is pretty common on Villa. I wouldn't say he's a default ban, but he's definitely one up there. I mean, yeah. The argument could definitely be made, especially now with with Thatcher not always being a constant ban. It allows you to, bring Jackal, but that is a target ban. 100%. That is toward Hobo.
Yeah, Hobo was going insane on the FAMAS. That thing is great if you are comfortable wielding it. That fire rate is amazing. A lot of times it's just like a pull down kind of gun, but just dial in just how much you need to, because compared to other guns, that kind of recoil is pretty insane. Jaeger, that one's a pretty wild ban as well.
I don't think that's a ban on Hobo, because I don't think Hobo was playing Jaeger as much. I mean, we only saw one round from SIUE, so who knows? But I don't know if the Jaeger one was a correct one, because Jaeger is just good for both sides. Like, everybody kind of needs to have Jaeger. So now we should see a Wamai in play. So maybe they want to, force a lot of these teams to wait back a little bit, not simply rely on these ADSs. But now we are seeing Doc and Rook. They have started to emerge in this meta. It is enjoyable to watch as those MP5s, they've come back to haunt the attack.
Those tanky men with the two of them, they can do a lot. I mean, Doc can take so many bullets as Rook. He can res himself too with the Rook plates, and then one stim's gonna full health him up and even get him a little bit of overstim. That's been nerfed, so less overstim for peeking heavily, but so much more sustained throughout the round. This, I think, is a huge indicator that SIUE Red is just looking to take gunfight after gunfight after gunfight.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, the 1.5, the 2-time, it doesn't matter. The MP5 is devastation machine. So starting this one off, it's pretty standard on the side of Rio Grande. Thatcher is in play, but maybe would get some use here and there because of those mute jammers. I think it all just depends on where Nice actually wants to use those Selma charges, because, well, Kaboost, he's kind of alone by this master bedroom area. He does have the help of a player of Rio Grande, Seawads, on the western side, but still, the Rio Grande aren't playing as together as you really would want. But through the drone hole, Seawads and Quixie just catch Pineapple Bomb slacking. So a great opening kill off the bat.
Yeah, you gotta watch that drone hole. Watch this right into the hallway. Ooh, this is a huge problem. So the Bean takes that kill. He doesn't stay around long enough to find out. He's taking the ace. It's not Caboose, though, so the defuse is going to stay up. But that separate take from the attack is going to hurt them. That's going to be a big heal. And hearing the sound and seeing the little splinters of the camera being shot out is a good opportunity for Soy the Bean. He's going to come back up red stairs. I was hoping for an Astro flank, but he's playing a little bit safer. He still has a great pinching spot in addition to his teammate Waffles, who is staring down there as well. Oh, look at all that flank denial.
Yeah, well, it might actually have some impact if a player couldn't simply walk up red stairs, which I believe that is where Soy is. That's where Soy relocated. So nobody's going to flank up that Astro area. So the air jabs it's more of a security measure that you know that you don't have to worry about that. But the other GIGN operator, Quixie, is going to be able to get one and heal directly up to full health. It's that new Doc buff, and well, it heals you a lot, but it isn't going to protect you against headshots, as Soy now just continues to reign supreme over these Cryo Grand players, catches Caboose slacking, and now Siwas and Skiline are stuck over in landing and bore window, trying to push forward with not a lot of confidence.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate rotation. Putting full back, you can't push through there while there's still someone on red. Barely missing the shots though there. Andy Bink is going to be down. See what's picking one up for the road. Skyline goes down. Elsewhere, the Hobo, that's a hero for SIUE red on last map. Again, that an air jab has been heard, so Seawads knows he should be looking back there. Some time has gone by, though, so he realizes it might be coming from a different angle. He's the only one left up for his team to try and keep in this first round. There's only one player on site, though, so if he can bait Soy the Bean to showing himself. Yep, there's the gun, the down, and that finish up. So just Hobo left, but that is more to speak of than just one player.
Soy, if Zoe had just stayed in that master area, they would have won, and instead, it gives Hobo all the credit, because once again, Hobo wins the 1vx. We gotta start a tally mark for how many times this has happened. You can take away the Twitch, you can take away the man, but you can't take away the idea. As now it is SIUE once again starting off with a victory, keeping their main core set of operators. The only change is actually going to be the Frost, so there isn't going to be any utility denial, I guess, unless you count bodies as a way of utility denial, simply because that Rook Plate will allow you to tank so much.
That's actually pretty funny, because Wamai is the character that was just removed for Frost, and that was the one little shred of utility, really, that they brought, other than gunfight, and I guess Pineapple Bomb with me. It's just one of the most utility-laden operators in the game. But they do get a shield back in rotation, so there's two of them being brought by the defense. That's actually quite a bit of ability to bunker up with those. Just any amount of grenades will pierce through that with a quickness, and there are some explosives for Rio Grande, so those might not be much of the bastion that SIUE Red hopes for.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
All right, I think we gotta take like a bet. Do we think Rio Grande will win a round in this map? Do you think? I know it sounds kind of blunt, but right now, SIUE have just been very strong, and it's looking like they might come away with things if we constantly see that style of, okay, SIUE just keeps doing these same things over and over again that Rio Grande cannot deal with. And I mean, there was a reason it was a 7-0 victory in the last map.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, what I'm seeing, it comes down to a lot of times just a difference in how long it takes to respond to some situations. And I know it like just sucks to hear. It's just a game knowledge thing, and that's what it almost always is in Rainbow Six Siege. There's so much to know about the game, and beyond just aim, being able to respond to situations in the optimal way as fast as possible is paramount. And last map we saw some situations like that, not seeing Hobo out on rappel watching the defuse. They've done some really smart things when they have the time for it from Rio Grande, but when they're being pressured real quickly by SIUE Red, the decision making doesn't quite lock in by the time that they need to act. Stuff like the post plant in the very final round of last map, where they actually just needed to push diffuser faster. They had the diffuser down, and they allowed themselves to lose their numbers by not being aggressive at the right times and taking too long to realize what they had to do. So even when it comes down to these situations where they have a little bit of an advantage, Rio Grande just isn't keeping up, because one player from SIUE Red, across the board, they have faster reactions and allows them to play these 1vx situations really consistently. And it doesn't hurt to have a little more comfortability with gun skill. I think we might be cruising towards another 7-0 at this rate, like slowing this one down a bit, and we're looking at a lot of the same. But I think that's kind of the reason as far as breakdown. The defense is looking stalwart right now. They have angled to just be taking their gunfights faster, more aggressively than Rio Grande can keep up with.
I think the thing is that SIUE are just kind of allowed to do what they want to do. I mean, Pineapple Bomb was able to prone beneath a window and C4 it, despite not having good positioning. He was really liable to get caught out, and he still was able to deal almost a lethal amount of damage to So Nice. That's why he is on probably around that 5 HP threshold. But so overall, it is going to be SIUE winning this round once again, because it takes one singular bullet, and well, Andy can't hit that one bullet onto So Nice. Instead, it's going to be Pineapple, as now we're probably going to head to that kitchen site before we, well, inevitably start that cycle once over again.
Yeah, there's another round right there. Not enough refrags from the attacking team. Playing together, not stacking on top of each other, of course, but being able to play off of each other and breach and clear, get some flanking drones set up, and using especially frag grenades to open up some of these tight corners that are being held by the defenders is really going to be important to keep them keeping up. Here's some opportunity to change some things up, though, because Kitchen makes it very easy to play from above and open up the floors and take away some of those hidey holes and tight angles that the defense really likes.
Still just kind of keeping with that smoke in the mute. We aren't going to see the GIGN duo. It's going to be Soy on Capcan and Waffles on Pulse, and that makes sense considering that this site is a lot more vertical heavy. I think Capcan is a operator that definitely thrives on this site, because if attacking teams don't play it right, they can end up having to rush, and there's a lot of doors and entryways that Soy can kind of sprinkle a lot of these traps around, and then it will just exploit every single attacker running through, take out their kneecaps, and will hopefully Rio Grande are able to look down. That's easier said than done.
Here's this Pulse. It's going to be the counter to vertical play. He's got a C4 that he can use to really shut down the attackers. And if they have opened up the floor pretty quickly, there's a lot of wooden flooring by the site. 2 players on rappel right here by the stock room, but no one wants to peek it too aggressively. They could get a little bit better of an angle if they rappelled upside down. That way their feet wouldn't be showing while their head is the only thing that they need to be showing in order to shoot back in. So they could be holding a slightly tighter angle, but no one's getting aggressive on it right now. Hobo finding us another disgusting headshot, barely peeking through, seeing a fraction of Quixie's head, and he takes just that much of it off.
Yeah, it doesn't have the dog to actually boost himself up to full HP, but still, taking out the Yana, the half of the set of frag grenades, the C1 does have one singular grenade left in the pocket. It is still a huge burden that's really off of the defense's back, because they're not running a Jaeger, well, they can't run a Jaeger spin. They're not running any sort of grenade denial, so now that's kind of going to be benefit. Seawatts takes a lot of damage from what I believe is Soy's impact grenade. The last frag goes out. It does some damage to Soy, who eventually is going to be picked off by So Nice, as now Hobo drops a little bit farther than they probably should, and actually takes some fall damage, but I don't think that will be the difference between life or death, as I think their confidence is not going to be wavered. I think that was Frostamat. Yep. That got nice, yep.
Yeah, he's going to be fine here. Yeah, Pulse isn't in a position to pick up that information elsewhere. Caboose is picking up a kill from the only player underneath who could really be aggressing that. So that's a nice one to pick up for them, as well as Rio Grande actually takes the player advantage here for a moment. They've got full vertical control as well. This actually could shape up very well for them.
Oh, yeah, now we're almost equal as Hobo gets one. Oh, there's the Capcan traps. Seawads taking enough damage that all it needs is that 55 damage to unfortunately assist him to the grave. Is now, well, Rio Grande had a man advantage for a brief moment. It was very small, and now they're just having to fight their way up against 3 players, of which Hobo is just waiting right around the corner. The flashbang goes wide. Caboose finds the kill, and Waffles is now, or was, excuse me, going to jump right on out as well. Here we go. It is just Rio Grande who are unable to just get a victory so far in this entire map, Treasure.
Yeah, Waffles, they're playing super aggressive, but knowing that there's 2 players left and there's no way for Caboose to get back in there. He's happy to die for the team and die for the round. That's a huge reversal, mostly at the hand of these traps, and of course always Hobo hamming it up upstairs. Not droned out, just running and gunning as he goes. So that's a little bit of an oversight by Rio Grande. They're really concerned with making their way in, and that the cap cans, the bear traps, those kind of disoriented them. They weren't getting the drones exactly where they needed. They weren't following their plan for their breakdown of step by step attacking upstairs. So missing drones there is, I think, their biggest downfall. And of course, not turning out the traps. That one is a glaring issue.
Now we're back at the same old site, same old operators, and talking about I want to know like what the funniest guns with the suppressors are. I feel like the Keratos has to be up there. Like there are just some guns that look really goofy with suppressors on them. What do you think are the weirdest guns?
I am pretty confident that it doesn't have it, but you said that and immediately what came to mind.
Keratos? It was right there.
No, the Keratos with it, yeah. But as soon as you said what would be the funniest gun with the suppressor, immediately came to my mind is Tachanka's. Oh, why is it not coming to me? But Tachanka's LMG.
Yeah, LMG. I mean, the SMG-11 is pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's got a chunky suppressor.
Oh, no, that one's okay. That's how they're meant to be. You're not actually supposed to fire them without a suppressor in real life. Like, that's just the handle. Yeah, they're... Like, it comes off, but that's just for storage. Yeah, they're silly guns.
Interesting. The more you know.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that they're real. Like, everything about their development is just a riot.
I feel like if we get started on this conference, Treasure's gonna get into like a long-winded rant about the machinations of the SMG-11 machine pistol and how it.
Machinations?
Is it? Is it the
Mac 11? Yeah.
Oh, is it based off of the Mac 11?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I never got actually figured that. Like you said, we're gonna learn 2 things new every day.
Yeah,
well,
pumping up the pace.
Of course.
Uh-oh. Yep. Yeah, moving on out of here. Waffles is droned out. Not even gonna bother looking for that drone. He doesn't know quite how far behind the players are, and Quicks is actually right behind, so that was a good choice from him. Playing over here at the corner of Classical Hall, though, a much safer spot as long as Nate doesn't come by, but his shoulder shows he doesn't expect that, and now they know exactly where Andy Big has actually baited his teammates.
Soy underneath. There isn't the same amount of air jams that have been deployed. Skiline, I think, has used 1, but we don't have exact confirmation of where that is. So far, the roamers are still going to be able to run around the map. More importantly, Soy, who that GIGN duo has just been a nightmare for a lot of these players. Oh, the Selma got caught on the door frame, so now it's going to be just a little bit harder to deal with utility, but off screen it's going to be some trades between Pineapple and Seawads. Quixie actually catches a player running out. Andy finishes the kill despite Quixie knowing their exact position, and that is going to sting.
Yeah, I'll just go blow for blow there. The perfect timing for the run out from our attacker there. 3 players up on main stairs as Soy the Bean is finally trying to get back to site, but his teammates are all stacked up here. They still have the shield to work with. If they didn't have the shield, they would be absolutely scared. They'd have to go somewhere else entirely. Unfortunately, that someone did find his location. Another edge of a player seen just that foot for a moment, and that's going to be the kill as well for Caboose. And a second one to boot. He gets a hobo. That looks beautiful.
Yeah, to caboose, or you could say, as they had a great flick onto the second player that was just hanging up by the stairs, but the HP, unless you find that head, is going to be so hard to take down these players. As Soy left all alone, finds one, just misses the second player, as So Nice has to either commit to the defuse, as now we're reaching 1 second, 0 seconds. No! Got off the diffuser. That is, and this is going to sound blunt, the worst thing you can do in that situation.
Yes.
You were at, there was, Treasure, there was 2, I think it was 2 seconds left? 1? Like,
I was about to say, like, you were going, and there was like 5 seconds left. He gets in the room, and I go, oh no, the time's so not on his side, and we switched back, and we got to see him putting it down. I go, he did the thing that players at this level never do. Like, it really comes down to, like, pro players will just plant in the 1v1. Everyone else, like, gotta fake out and all this. But no, you've got 5 seconds to left. That means you got 5 seconds before you're locked down on that diffuser. That means you have to go right now. So he did the perfect thing. Gets behind cover. Actually, the perfect amount of cover, too. He has 5 seconds, so he only has 2 seconds into overtime. That's where the defender knows that you have to be planting and cannot be anywhere else. That's when the defenders are going to start aggressing, if not a little bit sooner. So he actually bought himself that time by being quick and decisive. But trying to save the KD, assuming that he's dead already, he sold that one before it was over. That's so unfortunate to see. Like, I understand getting off defuse. Like, saving KD, that's one thing. Like, I respect it. You know, you got stats for this season. That's cool and all. But the rounds got to come first. The wins have to come first for your team every time. And if they're on top of you and they're just staring at you while you're defusing about to knife, like, that is so different from they're on the other side of objective.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, is Soy was a little bit farther away as well. Rio Grande, I don't think they've actually realized that there's a player in the basement. It's not very often that somebody plays around here, but Waffles takes a little bit to deal damage and eventually kill Quixie, but it does happen regardless. I think if they had any more information, that could have been the end of that. But right now, Rio Grande is just being pulled apart at 2 ends. Hobo gets a kill inside of the bathroom. So now Rio Grande don't have a set of frag grenades, don't have anything to deal with the roam besides the claymores in the pocket of 2 players, or excuse me, the 6 claymores that they have. Those aren't going to be really helpful now, as it's just 2 players, Caboose and Seawads, and now Hobo does spot the head of Seawads. I think a 7-0 definitely is on the docket, Treasure, as this seems to be an SIUE round. But Caboose has done crazy things, but the amount of time on the clock, just the amount of players left alive is just, it's going to be a gigantic burden that Caboose really has no way of dealing with.
He's got to play slower here, too. He's got plenty of time, though. Honestly, he's going to leave the camera up, so that way he's not giving away his location, not firing off a gunshot, or making it obvious to any of the dead players. But Waffles, he's kind of the king of the basement so far, and he's going back to just check in, see how things are going, hear some of the footsteps, and picking that one up and moving us on to round 6. This will be the last one, almost filling out a perfect defensive side for SIUE Red. They're going to dining room and kitchen once again, keeping the same rotation as before.
Well, same operators as well. I think Castle is going to be a bit of a change, but I think no matter what SIU kind of brings to the table, as long as they have like a C4 deployable shield, those are things that Rio Grande have shown that they are just kind of unable to deal with. Hobo plays around the deployable shield perfectly, finds kills, just dives in and out of the line of sight in great ways that just make it frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, he is an absolute nuisance. He was playing up here in bathroom last round, which isn't something that he was doing as aggressively last time on trophy objective. He was a real problem on kitchen, and we're back there now, so he seems to have set up as well for it. Got the frost mats once again, and those have actually found value. Not just value, but downs, and pretty much the confirmation into a kill, because there's only a little bit of HP left on his opponent's, I think, ISO nice on that earlier round, making it real easy to kill, even with a lower damage, lower fire rate gun.
Well, no peaks, no spawn peaks like we saw. I think last time it was the Vigil. I think it might have been Soy. Don't remember exactly who it was, but here's Hobo just once again in the bathroom. They don't have the assistance of that deployable shield, but they don't really need it because there isn't just as much attacking presence up there, so don't really need that. Caboose, though, going pretty quick, getting an angle inside of that pantry area. Right on as Soy now peeks, finds Seawads, and immediately backs up. Just no information from Rio Grande. The drones haven't been helpful, and now Hobo. They have the deployable shield in there, right in front of them, their old friend, and they can use it to find another kill.
All right, don't clear roamers alone. We've got people clearing roamers alone on like 3 different parts of the map here. That is a no-go. I like Caboose putting down the hard breach earlier. That was kind of a pet peeve I had, or I don't know, I guess just a peeve I had with the last time on this site. He kind of stared at that wall, didn't actually blow it open. So this gives them a much better avenue into this site. They just need something to choke in with, and that's gonna pretty much need them to take out Hobo, but one player clearing up master bedroom just won't do it. They're at the player disadvantage right now for the attack, but they've actually got some ground to be working with, and with this route they're ignoring Hobo moving in on first floor. They just have to find Waffles because he is such a threat through the walls.
I mean, they can't though. Like, unless they're gonna pull a cheater and shoot through the wall, nobody can really do anything about Waffles because he's playing by so much hard cover. And there's no frag rates. You've got flashbangs that are not lethal. They only disorient a defender for a certain amount of time. And now Waffles is just going to be able to continuously bring out that heart monitor. The C4E is going to go wide. It's not going to find any player, as I don't think anybody from Grande had actually entered Laundry just yet. But now we're kind of reaching the witching hour. We're getting to 30 seconds left, and one smoke canister just right in this laundry door could be the final nail in the coffin, as if Skyline's death already is.
Yeah, the attack. The defenders have barely even given away their locations upstairs. They're still roaming just as much as before. There we go. Soybean catches ISO nice in between 2 players. And Caboose continuing to pick up some kills, but again on his own. Okay, another and another. So the Bean is going to play real slow from up on top, though, and he's got a little bit of a meat drone in Hobo and a hole in the floor to be using, but he doesn't have a guarantee on where this diffuse is going down, so Caboose is actually getting this one. I don't think there's going to be any stopping it, and he's not getting off this time, but it's just not fast enough. So Soybean with the 4K and 1 to boop, almost the honorary ace.
My 1vx. I get the clutch this time. Well, there it is. SIUE just continuing again. 6 in a row. Potentially 7 in a row, Treasure. This has been the quickest game that I think you and I have definitely had in a long, long while.
Yeah, so once again, University of Grande, this is their last opportunity. This really is the time that they have to turn things around. No more opportunities after this last round if they can't hack it. Switching sides this time, they're on the defense. They'll get to, well, play at SIUE Red's pace, I guess, since they're attacking, but SIUE Red has pretty much been dictating the last 6 rounds, as it's just going to be in such a situation as a 13-0 so far round count-wise. So Grande going upstairs. They've got a lot of reinforcements, or electrification for their reinforcements. Kaid and Bandit. And Mew.
Yes, but have you considered the Blitz?
Yeah,
you may have all this utility. You may have all this utility. You may have a good strategy. You are no match for the Blitz.
5 seconds remaining.
Now Waffles is gonna be sticking onto it. There's gonna be a couple changes around. There's no Montaigne to assist Blitz in the end, but I think SIUE, they have won 13 rounds in a row. I think they're allowed to bring him out for 1 round. It might not be like serious, but like I said, they're probably just going for a straight rush up these stairs. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a little bit farther away from the site. It isn't an AVG site. It is a trophy statuary. As Quixie over in the Aviator side might have a Blitz right on their back. They do get flashed now, just firing away. Oh, running for their life. And they get down. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, he's giving away his location here, though. He had to chase a little too far, that early melee, but Hobo was there to pick things up, so was Pineapple Bomb to make sure that they're picking up these kills, and it is a state of flurry for the defenders. They need to do anything they can to keep in this. Caboose opening up some holes, that way he can actually put out some of his smoke grenades as well, but there is, oh no, no smoke grenades, just C4, but nothing to stop that shield coming in. 2 for Skyline, trying to put up a defense. He's just got the revolver now, and I think this one is done and dusted with the shield. SIUE Red putting this one to bed. 7-0 on top of 7-0, and a 5-0 for the season for their start to this first part.
That was a beatdown. literally by Waffles.
Literally by
and and overall 14 rounds in a row. Ugh. Ow. There isn't much you could really say about it because there wasn't any areas where Rio Grande had any presence, because anytime they just had like a square inch, immediately SIUE just stomped it out. And they honestly, even these 1vx's felt like it was always going to be SIUE coming away with it at the end.
Well, they were literally every single time. We had 3 of them from Hobo, and I think we had 2 more from the other members of the team won this last map as well. Like, they really just are not allowing anyone to have any say back. So, if not already determined before by those of you keeping track of the bracket in Emergence East Division, I think SIUE Red today really make their mark as the ones to beat, that person that everyone else is looking up to. So maybe that heel for the division. So we'll see how they do continuing on. University of Rio Grande, unfortunately, they clawed their way up to that even count that they were looking for last week, but they have been knocked back down. They're going to have to make another try to keep negative or keep positive and keep up for that playoffs contention through the next several weeks. But that does bring a little bit of a swift conclusion to this match. We've got another one waiting. There should be one playing on the Bravo or the Alpha stream as well, NECC_esports right now, so you can tune in and get a little bit more action before the second B stream starts as well.
Yeah, so make sure head on over there. I think we also have one at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. Basically, it is still a long ways away simply because this was a short one. Probably the closest you could be to or the shortest you could potentially have overall. But that is it for Treasure and I tonight, or at least me tonight, as we hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Make sure you're tuned in for the remaining streams, either the A broadcast or the one later on this channel tonight. We will see you guys later.
corner, be a rat. Anyway, we're going to see them going for the side again. They haven't really adjusted too much. They do have impacts, but they've used 3 of them. So they only have 1 left unrated, who is up here roaming and trying to contest with Later. See you later. Who gets slammed from construction window. That's going to answer him with the opening kill. Rated going to tuck their tail and run, as they know that they are being harassed by an OSA shield and different avenues from different windows and from behind. And now Jordan's going to find them out as well. So where are they going to go? They're going to go right back up into the arms of these attackers.
Yeah, and the OSA shield will be called down, but it's being held, so it can't be broken in the hands. And Amsim jumping in is able to find the kill, and suddenly MSU Blue, they are hopping on the heels of a match point in overtime. Most importantly, Wes. Now, the rest of Clark Red, they have no choice but to defend. Now, you need to have 3 people on this side if you want to have that comfortable defense and a good shot. Zero coming through, while could bring those hard breach gadgets and open up that stock hatches off into the claymores instead. Both of these teams here on the attack not really opting for much of those claymores. That second utility coming through, so I'm not really sure why you wouldn't be using it. Why you wouldn't bring that secondary hard breach just for that hatch. But I digress. Anyway, the drop comes through from Suon. Cheese is aware of this. The call has come from Butter, and suddenly the pressure is applied from Blue. The defender, aware of this, can potentially make something happen. The shield goes down. I don't think Cheese knows, Wes. They could stop it. They could end it all right now. The plan starts and suddenly Cheese will turn. Butter given that information, but the kill comes through from Suon. The coverage is perfect on this position. Suon finding another one. It's all down to Cream, a C4 in pocket, but it's not going to be enough. You're going to have to win this on a lot more than just one C4. And you're going to start things off with Travis. Has to look towards Blue for that second player. Does the damage, doesn't find the kill. But the crossfire is going to come through, and Amsim's going to push us all the way to overtime.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, it's 3v5, so it's already a hard situation. But like you mentioned, Cheese, I believe it was, in Blue and Generator, they peaked the rotation when the wall to the far left that had the greatest angle towards Memo or Moto was it was soft. So they just had to shoot through it. They didn't even have to. Like, I know you can't see, but you kind of have to go through. You have to go for the blind shots, because just peeking through that is exactly where they're going to be watching. They're going to watch for that rotate through Blue, and that's exactly what happened. They peek right into the lines of sight for that that attacker who was covering the plant. So you have to throw them off by shooting through soft walls and stuff. Like we just got to see some of those experienced plays. I feel like they're playing very basic Siege, and that's fine. But you know, the finer details are going to be who can make those experienced plays to like catch them off guard, find a cheeky angle, things like that.
Well, yeah, like you said, they were too comfortable in that situation. I mean, Suon holding that rotate, Curiosity playing it safe behind that shield, ready for a plant. Now, returning to overtime, getting back in this situation, MSU Blue, this is a much harder position to be in. CCTV, Gym Bedroom, those sites have just opened up. They're going to have to attack first. And I feel like Clark Red on the defense, especially on these sites, have been in the driving seat for most of these rounds. Unless MSU get that opening pick, I feel like this game's very dependent on opening picks to find the round, and it's been very back and forth. But Clark Red have definitely been more in the driver's seat on the defense on these sites. See You Later could deliver a massive performance again and pick up that first round. We're not exactly sure, but we're only going to find out one way. How are MSU Blue going to go for this round clear?
Well, back on the attack, and they had one downstairs 3 times. So we'll see how they can adjust now to attacking a different site, right? Because that hasn't really worked out for them. And there's going to be See You Later on the roam again. He got a double last time on this bomb site. And he's going to try and contest with the OC shield. And not getting as much luck, but a lot of damage done to Amsim, who was a pain last round. Got a 3K. So, I mean, that's really good. Oh, he gets the shot onto him, gets the head. And that's going to Anson off the board. That is also utility gone. I don't think they placed any of their air jabs yet.
No, they had not. And the rotate coming in beautifully. That guy Eagle unable to catch the head of a rated. See You Later has the opportunity to drop, but is aware that the pings are coming through. The info is there as well, and suddenly forced into the waiting arms of Suon. Isn't going to be going there just yet. Finds a kill onto Curiosity. 3 versus 4. Goes for the contest onto Gym Window, but the diffuser's down. They'd have to push you. Suon's going to finish off that kill for See You Later. And now a 3 versus 3. Time ticking down, but that breach is open. Construction is that second front of the push that we were looking to see. But how is it going to work out? How are we going to see this thermite having that impact? They're going to have to wait until the rest of the attack are able to push forward. Cream doing that little bit of damage. It's not enough. And Travis finds that kill.
That was unfortunate for the smoke. The bullets were like the angle. He was holding it at an angle, so it's not going to be a straight up and down recoil. So they thought that they had him there, and that's a nice shot from Butter, at least to even things back up. You have Cheese playing Raptors, so these are two pretty good positions to try and deny this. The Raptors player really needs to focus on this doorway of construction, who just got a kill, but they're not in the right position. They're over on the window. Now it's a 1v2 that they have to try and clutch through. They're not watching their rotate in through the window. Can they get the kill? That is one. Now a 1v1 post-plant situation for Cheese. They have the Azami, but they do not have impacts on them. They had barbed wire attached. So they're going to have to just go for a straight gunfight here. And they maybe see the body on the other side of the cash box. But so far, oh, yep, they just saw the hammer in the air. Now they have to go for the ring around the Rosie, and they get the kill. Now Clark Red are going to be up 7-6.
Oh, just close. That's all I can say at that. Couple of nades in the pocket there for Suom, and that could have really changed things around. I mean, even the post plant, yet again, I would like to see if there's a little bit more time, maybe another player on the board, maybe Travis still on that breach. I would love to see that plant go down and then moving over towards either red stairs or construction, preferably construction, because you have that audio cue, you have those grenades, you can cause a big amount of hell in that post plant. Unfortunately, that's not what we saw. We did see the defense having to get close, having to get up in that gunfight, and it was not going to be the Sledge winning it, unfortunately. Very well played from the attack to actually bring it back as well and keep it going with the momentum in that round. I feel like that was good coming out from MSU Blue, but Clark Red was just a little bit better. Bringing it back down to 1 versus 1, very nicely done as well.
I'm trying to think back, because this is the first half, so, you know, I'm old, my memory isn't the greatest. I'm starting to get dementia, but I think that MSU Blue went 1 out of 3 on this bomb site on defense. I feel like they lost it 2 times. So, interesting choice to go back here, as especially after they gave up dirt control. That's when they get hurt. So that'll be the key factor for me. Can Suwon actually hold this a little bit better? And it's a very hard job to ask because they're not giving him any ADSs to protect that drone hole either.
I've noticed that MSU Blue, they gave up dirt very quickly in their defense, but on the attack it was pretty much a staple. They had to get it open. They had to put that pressure on. They wouldn't do anything else. But on the defense, it pulled off pretty quickly, just like Rafters. Now, Suwon holding that situation. The Twitch drone does come through. That second K-Claw is going to come through, but the Twitch drone is going to be waiting. And most importantly, those hatches over towards kitchen, most importantly, is now going to be safe. Line scan comes through. Suwon still holding that angle. The game of chicken with the Twitch drone. I think they're going to get the wall. No, they are not. The frag grenade will come through anyway. That's going to be the K-Claw gone. Suwon just pull back a little bit as that hatch opens up. I think the C4 still in place. But this gunfight's going to have to come first. Rated will be calling it out. See you later. Wants to position himself for the gunfight. But that kitchen hatch is open up as well. The attackers are getting a lot of this early round work done. The drones are in. The hatches are open. The dirt tunnel's open as well. Now we're starting to look towards that big game. Do they know how to move from point A to point B to point C? What are they going to do with the time that they've got?
Well, Buck still has another hard bridge too, so they could actually open up the other wall under just to give that long angle to push that player back. C4 is going to go up. It isn't going to find anyone. It does not. See you later. In the meantime, did find Suwon, so that is going to be the top fragger in dirt dead. So that position is now going to be given up. Their top fragger also dead. It's a double whammy. And Cream now had been, you know, most of their kills have come from this specific position in dirt. So I mean, they're in a really prime position, but they're going to lose out on the gunfight. The SMG-11 on Travis is actually going to win out.
Yeah, the angle's just giving Travis a little bit better angle to work from and a little bit better to deal with. But I like the curiosities on the roam here. This is something we mentioned before. That little bit of late roam could have a huge impact. We've seen Curiosity pull it off before. Hopefully pull it off again. Travis takes a little bit of damage. 55 seconds to get down on the clock. Like you say, that third tunnel, they know it's coming from that position. They know they have to deal with it. But Rated, and waiting, looks for the kill. The Eagle isn't going to be taken down. Curiosity is going to start making their move now. As the dirt tunnel smoke goes up, time ticking down. These smoke canisters are only going to get more and more important. As the two-player push comes through. See You Later's able to find one kill. A lot of damage taken, though, so Travis can finish them off very, very quickly. But it's not going to happen. Able to find that third. See You Later pushes onto the side. Gets taken down by the player on blue. Curiosity gets picked up by Wraithen. It's all down to that guy Eagle to keep MSU Blue in it.
1v4 situation, only about 10 seconds remaining. They see the cross, but they can't get the kill. He has to push up, but the coverage is there. Butter getting that kill and finishing the round. And what impact did it even have? I don't think it hit anyone. Like, I don't
no,
know. Either way, not the operator I would have chosen, but maybe they just wanted to leave everything else open. You never really know. I will say though that the Mira being banned is probably the most important one to ban because she's so important on this map. She can hold down upstairs and give you more accessibility to actually trying to go into Teller's archives. Like that was something Shaz was actually talking about on his stream recently. But also just even down here below, it makes this site even better. It's already pretty good, but it makes it even better for the defenders. So just seeing her banned out, it does though leave Valk on the board, who has been brought. So those Valk camps can be placed in really tricky positions, like in servers or even above, if you want people roaming, get that information, and let you know when people are pushing down certain stairs, whatever it might be. So that's gonna be powerful. The Goyos, though, a big thing I want to point out is they are utilizing that, which is great. They have, I think, what, 20-second burn time or something crazy like that. So, I mean, a lot of time can be bought with these Goyo camps.
Yeah, the positions that these Goyo canisters are going in, they're 1000% looking to stop this plan going down the default. I mean, you look over towards that situation, and, well, ADSs are there as well. That's going to make them a lot more safer. So, it's all about burning down that time. A mirror window would be great for this, but obviously it isn't on board, so you can't really do anything about it. What I maybe would like to see is maybe, you know, the desk by default. Maybe if you get one down by there, then you get a C4 out when that plank comes down, you take that kill. And you just stop these players from wanting to push into that default. You want to slow them down, you want to make them uneasy. And that's something Curiosity is right now, leading the attackers into this mid-site, looking for this roam clear yet again. They did it last time, they're looking to make it work again. Now the player of SIUE later over towards mini office is going to get spotted out. Will have no way of pulling back to sight. It's going to be guns or death. And it looks like it's going to be guns coming through. That guy Eagle taken down. Looks for the second kill. Can't find Curiosity. Travis on the pinch is able to find that kill. And the roam clear, well, it's done. They don't know it, but they've cleared out that roamer. And now 4 versus 4.
I mean, Rated is ultra aggressive here, and that's your smokes, so it has to work in tandem with these fire canisters from the Goyo to deny the plant on the default here, which is where Cream is looking, and contesting with someone in server. But that 1.5 also being on that vector, I'm really excited about that. But point being, you don't want to lose that smoke very early, and they're being very aggressive on that character, that operator, so it's just interesting to see. We'll see, you know, can they survive as long as necessary. But you also notice a lot of these players are still hunkered down upstairs, and they're trying to get the hatches, which is great. But like, what is their main point of avenue going to be? Because with one person in servers, it kind of makes me wonder if that's really going to be an emphasis for them. Looks like they're actually more opting for the main stairs.
I think personally I'd be looking for the main stairs for this push. You have those 2 players, you have that shield ready to go down, as well as the fact that that server push hasn't had any support behind it, whether utility or information going through. So Amsim, you're looking alone, maybe just as that diversion, maybe as that second front, and that's something that I wanted to see a lot more on club, so I'm happy to see if that is the case now. The rep of the C4 will go through, but that doesn't get thrown out, doesn't find its mark, and in doing so, that means the push can come through. Curiosity rotating around, will start to move with that shield, and he has to traverse the Goyo shields, but that's exactly why they're on the board. It's buying time. 30 seconds to get down now. Bame's taking damage, but C4 still in pocket. Alongside these smokes, Curiosity really going to struggle to get this plant down. And without these lines of sight open up, there's not very much the attackers could do. 15 seconds left. They really have to make something happen, and Bames is looking to make it happen. Drops down into that main stairs, pushes through onto sight. Able to go towards red, has found water kill already, has to look for a second. Can you cut them off? Yes, you find cheese. The C4 goes through, stops the flank going down, and the defenders get that round. And suddenly, the knock, it had a beautiful impact, but maybe just a bit too late.
No way, dude. The backstab almost works. But I was going to say this earlier, too. They needed to hand the diffuser to someone else, because Osa had no health. She was, after standing in the fire, she burned away what little health she already had. She's down to like 10, maybe? That's not enough. Like, all it takes is a whiff of a smoke babe, or like that C4 wasn't even that close, but it still did enough damage to down them. So it's like, that should have been handed off to someone else. But they were in a desperate situation anyway. Yes, the backstab worked a little bit, but there's no guarantee that player would have gotten any more kills. It was just rough.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, the pieces were there. It just wasn't as tightly coordinated as it would have been, as it should have. it hurts because all the right pieces were there, just not in the right order. And unfortunately, yeah, that round is going to go in favor of the defenders. Maybe it shouldn't, maybe it should, who knows? We're going to find out. MSU Blue, they will have to attack this top floor. This is another one where Mirror would have a massive impact if you could get there playing over towards that front desk. You're able to open up a lot of lines of sight. You're able to just get your eyes over towards that square door. You can leave one of those walls unreinforced, get a line of sight, maybe have a castle playing it. It's one of those setups that you need to commit fully to it, but it's really good if you can. Looks like the side of Clark Red, though, they're not going to make that happen. They do have a player down below. See you later, yet again, trying to cause some shenanigans, even though it didn't really work out last round. And, well, it looks like the rest of MSU Blue, they are going to at least get 1 or 2 players looking to clear them out.
Interesting decision to bring Warden with a shotgun, because he's usually in the closet here to contest the windows, especially when they're trying to smoke and stuff. And using the SMG-12 for a distance fight isn't always optimal. So they also have the shotgun pistol on the alibi, I hope, as well as the shotgun on the mute. So it doesn't seem like it was really necessary. But you're going to see that they're going to ping out where that claw is of or no, not the claw. What was that? It was a zero cam. Okay, so they're using the cams to kind of fight each other. They're pinging out with the black guys onto where those zero cams are going to be the Argus cams. So it's a little tit for tat here on the cam game.
Yeah, I like to see this. A lot of teams, especially towards lower levels, they seem to struggle with the information game. This is something these two teams have done, but they're definitely starting to pick up on. See you later will take a little bit of damage, but will be able to pull back, and that's very strong because while that damage is a deposit for the late term in the round, you still have that extra body on the board. Somebody to go for a refrag for, somebody to double peek with, and that is just invaluable. The ace charges go down before the EMP made. In doing so now, well, they waste no time trying to get in position. Butter and Cream will have a line of sight, will be looking to cause some tomfoolery, maybe even, dare I say, a little argy-bargy. But for the time being, MSU Blue, they're taking their time, they're droning things out. They're making sure that when they do go for this push, it's certain and it's going to work. Curiosity gonna pick off Cream there, maybe getting a bit aggressive on that wall, and suddenly the rest of MSU Blue, they start to move in like a line of baby ducks.
Oh man, what a nice peek with the shotgun. They turned their shield away at the wrong time. The push up from Barnes, missing the shots that comes in to haunt them as Rated can flick on them, get that kill. Now a 3v2 ensues. Clark Red just have to hold out for 30 seconds. Amsim, that guy Eagle have to find some answers here. The wall is somewhat opened up, but it is a vault, so they have to try and jump in. You see that guy Eagle's actually going to be going in through a window, not even near sight whatsoever. It's going to take them a long time to get this rotation. Got the hope that Amsim can find some bodies. They get some shots, but not the kill on Rated. He's down to a sliver of HP, but a sliver is still enough to have a gun in your hand. The plant is actually going down, though. Are they even aware of this? The peek out, and he should know he's not aware. The plant right behind him. Butter does find that guy Eagle, but Amson has a chance now in the 1v3, but the double peek comes through. Rated with that sliver of health is able to still get a kill. The fuse will come through, and Clark Red will find the second round.
That round was a little bit too close to my liking. I mean, I look at that and, okay, the push came through from MSU Blue. They found that open a bit. They start to move forward. Very good. I mean, Clark Red, they buckled a little bit. They gave away that opening frag. Suddenly, though, they start moving forward. Okay, this is good. They get up towards that breach. They start to apply that pressure. But then things just kind of fall apart. I mean, Clark Red, they really popped up. They really said, hello, ding dong. We are going to make this a bit of an even round. Able to pick apart some of these players, and then towards the end of that round, that guy Eagle had to try and make something happen. I believe they were playing on the window, so getting the information, so they have to rotate, get in through lone, get up banana. You draw the attention of one defender, but then that player and Cheese, they're both focusing towards that CEO. The plant is able to get down, but it's only so long that you can take these gunfights alone and be that isolated. Ultimately, Clark Red, they split them apart very, very well in the round.
Yeah, no, they did. You said ding dong, and just made me think of like ding dong, the witch is dead. And then I was thinking about who died, and it just made me think that Nomad, you know, kind of could have a good witch outfit. I feel like if they gave her a cosmetic, I feel like that would go well. Just a random thought, but thank you for it. You caused it by saying that.
You're welcome. I'm always happy to help.
Anyway, on to this third site. It's going to be open area, I believe, which has been more so the third site in recent times. It used to be Archives Tellers, but in recent memory, it has kind of fallen away. I think people have figured it out. Very easy to get vertical pressure there, hard to hold the site. The Mira would help up there, but without the Mira on the board, this is definitely the better site. You see Quad Wall is going to be muted off, and they have the classic rotate into archives, so this is going to allow them to just extend outward. But the main thing to watch out for is this push with the Osa shield. They could just jump into that window, try and get into sight, straight into office, but you know, it's also just a one-sided push, so if they can get some verticality from the stock even, the defenders could just retake it if they don't.
Yeah. So, yet again, we're looking at a side that is very heavily dominant over towards that vertical play, and this is something last game we saw. That vertical play, we didn't see MSU really use their operator a buck. They didn't really use that skeleton key with its full potential. And that's something that's worrying me just a little bit there, Les. This is a site, you say, they need that vertical pressure. So they take control of that top floor. They take control of stock, CEO, and square. What happens there? What's their next move? They start making some vertical play. That's what it should be. But I'm not convinced we're going to see that happen. Travis looking for the entry over towards square. Ooh. I think just little things about positioning from MSU Blue might be their undoing, maybe. But, well, for the time being, they still have all players on the board. Rated, though, a little bit close towards Travis. A little bit close over towards that position towards that stop. I'm ticking down. One throw shield will pop off, and nothing really happening. We're seeing these roamers down below. We're seeing roamers up above. But no gunfights. Nothing happening to be gained from it. Now, Cheese will be taken away by Anderson from that window. Hopefully going to open things up the side of MSU Blue.
Yeah, it's going to be the mute dead. C4 off the board as well, so if they want to get some vertical pressure, they can. But the kill comes back, rated onto that guy, Eagle, and a second one onto Curiosity. Now the vertical pressure from above can be taken control of, but Travis shuts down rated, so it's back to all even 3-3. Amson taking some damage, pushing through Printer now into open office, and they can see a player on the bomb chest. He gets the kill on the Butter. Now it's up to Cream, who has a C4 with See You Later, who has been really impactful with the frags. There's another one. They take a lot of damage from somewhere, but they don't seem to be aware from where. That peek comes through from Travis. They're both going to be playing in their Cream in the 1v2 situation. The plant will start going through. They have the 1v1. They have to win here, and the player's not even looking at them, but he doesn't land the shots. He misses. Barnes will capitalize, and that's going to be the first round found from MSU Blue.
Oh, very uncomfortable one. The attackers, they took their time at the push. They took their time getting the control for that execute, and I was very concerned, actually, in how that execute was going to go through. Ultimately, it was Amson able to find that pick that opened things up like I hoped. But I feel like a lot of this round, this mid-round, isn't really being utilized to its full potential. I mean, that vertical play wasn't really being done to the degree that you can with that floor, to the degree that you should. There wasn't much in the way of utility usage, but in my liking. I mean, we saw a bit of Flores, we saw a little bit of Nomad, but that wasn't really it. Yet again, it came down to pushes. It came down to winning these gunfights, and that's not the way to win the game. But for the side of MSU Blue, you don't play it. You will take every round that you get on the board. They're just going to have to roll with the punches and see what they can do with this bottom floor. Something we saw them stall out on pretty uncomfortably. Like I said last time, they had all the pieces in play. Can they get them in at the right time?
Time, really, yeah, that factor, because that backstab did work pretty well, but it just came too late, right? They just didn't, and the utility had burned them down on low health as well, so it made it really easy to get those last kills that were necessary to stop the plant. So something to keep an eye on. You're gonna see the Valk being brought again with the ghost canisters and the smoke babe, so it's a very similar, if not the exact same lineup. They have 3 C4s in pocket. Last time the Valk was roaming and died, so that was a C4 kind of wasted, and it looks like they are actually going to be roaming again. I think I saw them above in a similar position. On the attacking side, again, they also are not changing things up too much, so they like how close it was last time. They probably just feel like they could be a little bit faster and have a different outcome.
Yeah, now, yet again, rated up on that roam, looking to make something happen. Very aware that last time they did have that push towards open area, but that's not going to be the case this time. I think they are going to go towards that top floor. A little pressure towards Garage. Bames will take some damage, but doesn't take that much. But holding that bulletproof camera, this is a position I like it in. If you don't have that Maestro camera, you at least have the bulletproof. It has that EMP, which is able to take out that drone just for a little bit. But it buys the time. It tells Eagle you know that they're there, and you are watching.
Also makes it blow up prematurely when it comes back online.
Yeah.
So, I mean, good job from them. You see, the O's shield has pushed up a lot earlier this time, so they can start having to pop these early. Then that smoke babe will have to come out earlier, and then earlier. Eventually, you'll be left with more time at the end, where there will be no utility unless they can utilize these C4s a little bit better. And, I mean, you see the Valk has survived so far, so I mean that is still another C4 on the board for them. So I mean they can have a little bit more time with that in pocket. They have to watch for that backstab. There's the Forest Storm trying to push him out of position, but it's just a temporary solution. The shield has come through. This is the perfect time to use one of those C4s trying to take that out.
Yeah, they could get a C4, but the Ghost Flames are going to get popped. Travis behind that shield.
Not gonna hit him.
He's going to give away that position. The C4 rip comes through. The C4 is going to fly. Yes, it does. It only gets the shield. Yeah, that's the shield taken away. Yeah, it has. Travis now can't push forward. Yes, he has to put another one down, but the C4 claims them both. And the air jab down in server will give away the position of Rated. Has to run away, but the players hot on their tail. Make that two of them. They're both committed to it. 40 seconds left. Cream will get down. So does Eagle. And now it's all down to Amsim. Towards the three stairs. All on their lonesome. Heads down, looks towards his play and realizes, I've got to go for this revive. But the diffusers in no man's land, so is that player of the Nook able to find one? The refrag will come through and confirming Bames, but the smoke goes down. 20 seconds. Well, it's just not going to happen, is it?
No, 1v4 this time out of time. They'd have to literally line up and have the bullet go through every single head. That would be a miracle in the making. It ain't gonna happen though. And they're gonna have to push in, go for a quick defuse, bait them out, and instead they bait their own life, and it's caught. So another round for Clark Red. It's kind of similar to what we saw the first round. The C4 is coming out to be hugely impactful. That's just kind of what you expect. It's a really strong bomb site these days. That is like the bomb site that you'd want on Bank. From here, though, it's going to be a little bit rougher of a ride. Yes, they did well upstairs, but you saw it was not like it wasn't super close, but it's still close enough. And they had, clearly had some blind spots. You saw Ansem come in and get that plant last time at 1v3. So, I mean, if they let things like that happen, there's certainly weaknesses that MSC Blue could try and find a round win on.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Clark Red, though, I want to see that little bit of adaptation. Maybe have a little bit more rotations, just to let sound go through that janitor and CEO office, because I mean, Cheese could have closed down that round much quicker if it was for that sound, if it was being aware that that plant was going down. Like you say, it's his blind spots. We want to see them taken off the board.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Is that going to happen? Are they going to just be a little bit more aware of how this plays out? Well, hopefully they will. I mean,
5 seconds remaining.
that's the name of the game, isn't it? Hopefully you're able to improve and everything in that round. Look towards this site for the side of MSU Blue. I want to see maybe that double push, but have a second player over towards that guy Eagle. Have a player over towards Square. Have a couple of them. But interestingly enough, we're seeing, and I think this is the first time I've seen it, or second time maybe, we're seeing a sense coming onto the board with this wall, this light wall that they can bring onto the board. I expect that to be used to cover out that elevator hallway. If you could do that, you could cut off the player in Kanto, have this player push into Janitor, or at least have that knowledge when you push up that you'll be safe. I'm excited to see how this gets used, but some of these attackers will start pushing already.
I was gonna say, I would actually like to see them have a late roam below, and that's gonna be Cheese gonna kill that Eagle guy to start things off really early, not even a minute in. So good job from them. That's that SMG-12 I was talking about, not always the best at a range, but hey, they made it work here. And that's gonna be the sense you mentioned off the board, no longer in play. NECC has been not as impactful as perhaps we would like to see. Still has been able to get some kills, give potential for their teams, but it hasn't netted them anything. The peaks in really aggressive roam is going to get shut down. See you later. This is what we mentioned before that Clark Red did really well. They had flank camps here. Now on the other side, on the other foot, MSU Blue going to shut down.
The thing is, though, you're looking towards Rated. They know that player's up top square. They know. And vice versa, they are aware. Cheese with that shotgun able to go hunting. The Warden, which would have made the sense useless anyway, because they could see through it. Well, still on the board, still has that C4 in pocket, and while they have control of Long, especially with the crossfire of Cream. That's such a tough position to attack. Amson able to find Butter though, but the C4 comes through. Cheese finding that third player, and in doing so, gives Clark Red yet another advantage. Amson, you have to expose yourself to one of these angles. You opt for long route because, well, that shotgun can't really do much damage away. Right now, Cheese could choose to get aggressive. Travis taking Cream off the board means that's not going to happen. You just want to hold the angle and play it safe.
Yeah, why are we over peeking here? You have a 3v2 situation. There's a minute left. You have too much time on the board. You want to play a little more patient. Rated though. Gets a nice peek out. Gets the kill on Travis. That's going to be diffuser down. It is recovered instantly by Amson. But again, they were in the 1v3 last time. Couldn't make it happen. They got a plant. And it was just a hard position to hold. Here, it's another hard position for them. A 1v2. Plant is not down either. So 30 seconds. They have to hope that the bodies just peek into him. He gets the 1v1s and can win those gunfights. You know, Braided still is playing back there, trying to just play time. And on the other side of the things, you have Cheese with the shotgun up close. So that's probably going to be the death blow right there. He's going to push right into the shotgun and die.
Yeah, very nice positioning coming out from the side of Clark Red. As you see that shotgun close will do some damage, doesn't find the kill. Second shot will be able to as it racks and looks again. Very nice coming through. A nice cheeky 4K for Cheese as well, holding that long angle. I feel like that was it. They had that player playing aggressive. Cheese maybe didn't play it aggressive as much last time, and in doing so, they've isolated that problem of letting MSU Blue get that close. They got the wall open. Well, now there's a crossfire. Like you say, Rated playing all the way over towards that front desk. Cheese playing all the way in long with that shotgun in the C4 range as well. It just made it way too difficult for the side of MSU to push, especially with those players taken off the board. But yeah, it's the roaming information. I mean, that's where we saw Clark Red really nearly lose it, but then also able to bring it back. It's just knowing where these players are, knowing what moves are on the board that you can make, like a chess game. What's going to work, what's going to put you in a difficult situation. Most importantly, what have you got to do to get out of that situation? If you're in a situation where you're going to lose 2 players, but you have to make a play, how's your team going to respond to that? What moves are next on the board for you?
I feel like MSU could use some spice, something to change it up. And Amaru, even maybe, because they're playing pretty heavy off-site and holding weird angles and playing out more towards the hallway rather than the site itself. And Amaru could have, if timed properly, droned properly, really could have had a huge impact. The other thing is they weren't playing down below too much. You didn't see the push through open area into cafeteria, and then the flank got shut down. But you knew if you had drone, you know that it's pretty clear down below. And right here is that hatch I was about to mention, actually, and the floor itself is soft for the most part. You could have naded that warden from below, make them uncomfortable. Don't let them have that position for free that entire time. We just haven't seen those kinds of adjustments from either team, really. Clark Red, though, they already got a 4-1 split, and it can go up to 5-1 here. That would just be the, sugar on top of the pudding. But here, if they don't even win this round, it's still a pretty good half from them, guaranteeing the 4.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how they're going to perform over towards that second split with the defense. MSU Blue, they are looking towards this top floor. They are looking to get aggressive, but see you later. Able to find that first pick, takes Nomad, takes that leading player. Now that Selma Charge will hit see you later, not the shield. Getting aggressive, that's Travis taking that frag, taking longer. I don't necessarily know why see you later decided to get aggressive on that. The Selma Charger took out the shield. That play was going to repeat. Travis had to. They didn't really have a choice if they want to push forward. Instead, they got aggressive. Travis was just aware of it, just careful. I'm not really sure why that happened, but, we live, laugh, love, and learn, as they say in the biz. And Bames, interestingly, with the knock yet again, is able to get up close against this wall. They don't have any MP nades in the pocket, though.
Those music gonna shut them down. Yeah, there's not much they can do there. The other thing I was gonna mention is the peek itself wasn't even bad. Like the decision to peek when you knew that they had just thrown utility. I mean, maybe you get the kill and you die, and that's fine. You kill the hard breach and you die. It's not a big deal. But I just noticed they flicked to the left when they peeked instead of just holding the angle while peeking out. So I mean, I think it was just maybe lost control of their mouse or something. But it looked pretty rough for see you later. Either way, they got the opening kill. It was a good trade. It's Amsim, who's been pretty impactful out of all the players on that team. They've had a rough map so far, but that's one of the players who has kind of been standoutish. In any case, it's still 4v4, and there's only 40 seconds remaining, so this is kind of stalled out since that opening engagement. It's just kind of left MSU Blue wondering what they even want to do here. Yeah, they're starting to get some vertical pressure, but there's like just no time.
30 seconds ticking down, like you say, and I'm looking over towards that guy Eagle starting to head towards that bottom floor, and I'm not happy with this. I think they might know that they can drop. They can go for that rotate at the very end of the round, that little fast drop, but there's not enough time for it. The plan has to go down. You're going to need all hands on deck for this push. And Travis, drop down with Bames, is going to go for that push. Rated gets the kill. Oh, it's going to be Bames finding it. Butter has an answer as well. Bames can't push through and find Cheese. Time to go down way too much as Curiosity finds Butter, but that is going to be that 5-1 split that you talked about. And the ball firmly in the court of Clark Red. They can close it down. They can also give a lot of momentum towards the side of MSU Blue.
It's kind of rough for MSU Blue. This is their map choice, and they look like they didn't really know how to attack it. And when you choose a map, it's usually like most people have pretty decent defenses on any map, right? Like it's just typically, especially at like I'm not trying to say they're lower level, but lower ranks even. You'll see that defense is a lot easier. It doesn't require quite as much coordination. You get some basic setups. It's more comfortable.
Ooh,
but that's why you choose a certain map that you feel very strong on attack. Because then you're like, okay, this is where we maybe can get an edge here. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. They did not look like they knew how they wanted to attack whatsoever. Or maybe Clark Red just really did throw some things at them they hadn't seen before. Either way, it's a boon for Clark Red. Now they have to attack. You know, I don't want to call it over yet, though, because it could also happen in the exact opposite direction where both teams don't really know how to answer these defensive setups.
10 seconds to go.
Well, yeah, but you can't argue and say that it does not look good for Clark Red.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, we're in the situation where one kind of has to look at it and say, well, it is what it is. Looking at this, though, Brook coming through from Barnes, I think they're realizing that MSU, they are struggling a little bit with some of these gunfights, and having that with the sand option might just give them a little bit of an edge. At least the damage reduction of Rook could come through, so you can't complain too much. MSU Blue, they have that top floor. They want to hold things back. I don't think the aggression is going to work out if they do go for the aggressive road. Play a little bit safe, maybe have some C4s, maybe have some lurkers, wait for Clark Red to push forward, and definitely be very careful for this player of CU.
Oh,
Wait, they're playing without the mouse pad. He's going to be pushing forward, looks to the player of Travis, finds that entry kill, and opens things up and takes control of stock. Very unfortunate, but I think that MSU Blue must have had a player on that black eye cam, and Nock using that gadget to a beautiful time was able to open things up. Now has taking some damage from the player in Kanto, but still has some nades, should be able to force them out with the bulletproof camera feeding that constant information. As the nade will lead out, player just pulls back, just plays it safe. Second nade follows, and suddenly See You Later goes on the
That wasn't
aggression.
drawn far enough.
Problem is, they got to cross this meeting door. Somebody might be covering it. Yes, they are. The damage is there. The call comes through, and Curiosity on banana stairs finds that pick, evens things up, and the Azami catches that breach.
I'm going to be critical of See You Later here, who has been phenomenal throughout this. But this is the problem I've seen with them as an individual, is they're so aggressive. They sometimes just tunnel vision into something, and it's not a wise decision a lot of the time. They'll overly peak. You saw them do it on the ace, even just last round. They get a kill, they get heated, and then they go for a peek, and they die. And now another teammate falls, and it puts them in a bad situation. It's now a 3v5 because Anson is, again, a player that needs to be respected on the side of this. They've had pretty impactful kills. Rated, though, does get the kill back onto that guy, Eagle. Put him back into a 3v3. But these nades keep getting wasted. They keep just throwing it down the hallway. It's not netting anything for them.
Yeah, you've got to look at that trade-off. Why are you threat setting this nade? What does it bring the team? What could it bring yourself? Now Rated. Oh, able to pick up Amsim, and now Butter's going to go in for the push as well. Curiosity still in this position. Very aware that the push could come through. Spots a player over to one square, finds the kill, but doesn't take down Butter, who is able to get that plant down. Bames has to make it happen. You can't stop it all. The push comes through, but Rated on that breach isn't able to win it out. Bames, the double kill coming through. He's gonna keep Clark Red in the lead, and by no amount of luck either.
That was nutty. That was a good flick. Yeah, even in chat, she's admitting it. Nice flick. It really was. It was a good one. Yeah. Shoot the planter, and then you instantly know someone's on that breach and get that kill. Truly a heroic play. MSU Blue really having no business winning that. The coverage just wasn't there in time. Here's the problem. The player on the breach had to relocate over and get close. And by that time, Butter, who had gotten the kill, they already knew his position. They swung on him to get the kill. And it's just, unfortunately, the flick goes against you. But again, had they been in position there, that probably wouldn't have happened.
I think it mainly comes down to Amsim, to be honest. Being able to hold that position for so long. Very, very well played. She was able to hold that. She kept Clark Red off of it. I mean, the plan was going down. Match point was in view. But because she meant that Baines had a much easier time getting to that position, had a lot less players to deal with. And now, turning down to this bottom floor site, she will drive MSU Blue in for the round. Looking towards this though, Clark Red, I feel like they're going to be ready for this. They've got that Monty, they've got that Lion, they've got the Zero as well. They've definitely got a plan for this. They definitely have a game plan. And the question is, how is this going to work? Well, the push through dirt over towards server is going to take place. They'll find the ward and build them big Monty shield. What impact is that going to be? Frostmat's definitely not going to have one.
Well, they've left pretty much every hatch available except for a server to themselves, which is an interesting choice because server hatch being open usually favors defenders, at least early in a round. Obviously, it's a plant goes. Yeah, it's reinforced, so that makes it so you can't actually shoot down from there. So you have to push on the server for a flank. So that kind of hurts the defenders on a lot of situations. But we'll see how it plays out here. Travis though going to get that kill on to see you later. That is the Lion dead. That's your EMPs gone, as well as the Lion gadget gone. So it's not ideal way to open the round, but Rated trying to bring it back has that 7 on the Zero, gets the kill onto that guy Eagle. And it's all even, but again, like the positioning here is kind of odd, and they can't flank very well in server. But are gonna get a kill. Like if they get this open up properly and get in and plant, it actually should favor Clark Red. But you see, they have scuffed. Yeah, they scuffed that opening a little bit on the wall.
However, though, Cheese, who, fun fact, prefers nuggets over tenders, just you know, can still push through that main door. Still has that opportunity to just get into that default position. Cream, though, will find Fate and take Amson off the board. A player that did a lot of legwork and wasting a lot of that time last round is going to be taken off and Rated. It's a lot of gunfire upstairs, a lot of damage done as well. Now let's go down to Travis, who physically can't cry to stop this plank going down, and the smokes are going to have to follow, but there aren't any in pocket. Monty and Hebana are going to get that plant down. The long angles now favoring the defense, and his curiosity falls as well. Oh, like you said, there's no hatch. There could be no vertical play done by either team, but it doesn't really matter. Cream holding that mini office hatch. Looks like on this round, writing is on the wall. Once the side being made, Travis has to cross. You know a player's there. They know that you're there. But the crossfire from Clark Red, it's just too much. This isn't going to be a round win for MSU Blue. They are going to have to take this time and think about how we're going to deal with match point. Rated closes things down.
The hard part for me here is I can't conceptually understand what the defense was going to go for there. For MSU Blue, you usually play it one of two ways. You either have a heavy roam, which is like the alibi, a huge impactful killer on the defense, just the ideal operator for getting those early engagements, getting opening kills, or even just flanking. They have the shotgun pistols, so they can open up hatches themselves to drop down if they wanted, if you leave it soft. So just things like that, that's fine. You can roam above. You've seen G2 do it. Obviously, they haven't had the greatest success on Bank recently, but and they're not the only ones who do this, but you'll see them like leave the hatches open, play in the open office, and then drop down later on once they burn half the round. That's fine. But if you don't play it that way, then you play it the way that Clark Red was, which is Goyos, C4s, and Smoke Babes, and you buy the time. But they only had the smoke. They had no C4s. They had no other operator to try and play denial. And again, you look at the lineup, there's nothing there. They have maybe some impacts, and the Thorin gadget is kind of not a great gadget. I'm gonna be straight up about it. It doesn't do a lot for you. It's really easy to avoid. It's very slow, and usually it misses anyway. And especially with the Montane, it's not going to do anything to it. So they're just like feeding into Clark Red's plan of action, which is push and server, use a Montane, bully your way in, and get a plant. And they're not doing anything to counter that at this point.
Yeah, either you're going to slow things down on that default wall, or you're going to slow things down on the server and try to make sure they can't get to that default position. MSU Blue, though, I would like to see them, now that they're on this match point, the series point. I'd like to see them go to open. I'd like to see something else. I don't want to see them going back to this side that they were just unable to win. Yes, they got the opening pick, but there are a lot of things that just went in favor of Mark Red. Another Thorn Gadget will go off, and entry into server will be taken. Like I say, Thorn Gadgets go off, but See You Later really doesn't care. Gonna pick Travis off the board as the Lion, finding that opening pick and giving the Monty much more of an open. Now, pressure on Butter. Let's get this wall open properly. Let's get it done right. Is that going to happen? Well, Siege is a fickle game, Wes, and there's only one way to find out. But the big question for me, though, while this is all happening, what are the Roamers doing? See You Later able to find Amson, takes her off. And, well, now I have to answer. What are they trying to do to stop this?
Another one. Gets another kill. The two flanks here. But again, that hatch has been opened up actually. So there it is. That's what we're talking about. This is the impact that you can have. But the flanks shut down by Rated. But in the meantime, too many kills have fallen in favor of MSU Blue. So many kills raining in. That guy Eagle finding Rated, who was the one trying to stop it. But it's too little, too late. It's all up to Cream now. This is why that hatch being open is so impactful. It just shut down that attack instantly. You saw everything fall in a moment. So the flick of the wrist, and it is over. Cream now aware of someone up above with them, but that diffuser is cold, and they have plenty of time is the benefit here, but in a 1v2 with the diffuser down in lines of sight, hopefully for those defenders, it's going to be a tough ask.
Well, the situation doesn't look great for Cream, I'll agree, but Cream does have one advantage in their pocket. Now, the defenders are split up, they're playing solo. There's one on site and one above. Bames, the big problem here with that Rook MP5 can cause some big problems when it comes to getting that diffuser. Like you say, they have eyes on. However, when this push comes through, it's only going to be Bames trying to stop it. That melee hole will not be spotted. Rook's not going to look through. The plane can't come down. He looks towards Red. Is he going to spot the player crossing? No, they're not. The call comes through for the defender to rotate back to side. The player gets tagged through the wall, but not down. And with the withstand, could get back up. The pistol comes out. The hunt goes through. Finds the frag. Wants to go for the plant, but it's just not going down.
What the?
Rainbow Six Siege, why? And now finally the plant will start to take place. Eagle has to play time with these last 15 seconds. And can win it.
He let him get it down.
It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be difficult. Oh, the castle barricade. It's going to make the swing onto Red so difficult. You have to watch for these foots, or you have to go through the bomb site. Cream not aware that they're actually pushing towards the server door. But the post plant is beautiful.
Defenders have located the
push
diffuser.
forward. Knows that player's there. Time to get down. This has to happen. 7 seconds has to be on the top clock by the time you hit that diffuser.
Just back
Otherwise,
off.
it's over. Cream Nose finds the kill, closes things down, and that's Clark Red able to close things out from the jaws of defeat. Honestly, that 2v1 situation, it didn't look good, but like I said, the defenders, they were split apart, and you know, Cream made it work.
After a very extended break and a Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville victory, we're back and we're ready with our second and final match of the day. It's Bowling Green State University taking on Northern Arizona University. I'm Time Delay. Joined alongside me is Fellow himself, and Fellow coming into our second final series. Any expectations? Any predictions coming in, and how do you feel about the series?
Well, in terms of predictions for Bowling Green, it's not looking too hot. Currently, they're 1-4 in terms of their standings right now in the Champions Division, and it's the exact opposite for Northern Arizona. So there is one team that really looks to be the underdog in this position, and we'll take a look at that roster of Bowling Green as well. It would be pretty good for them to secure some sort of win, maybe still get that chance of making it to playoffs, but there's a better chance that that probably isn't going to happen today. Damn, you've got Butters, Shaggy, Bandrews, it is Oven, and then I believe it is, I'm going to go double check on it. It's NRUC. Pretty cool way to pronounce it, I have to say. There's also some cool names on the side of NAU as well, because I did check it a little while ago.
Well, here are your cool names on the side of NAU. It's I Want Donut, EC3. You have Clone, Potato, and Biscuit. I love the Clone name. Nice little bit of elite speak with a 10 in the middle. Nonetheless, you do have a fairly diverse set of years as well here on NAU. Looking at it, a senior, a junior, and 3 freshmen into our map selections. And I've already taken a look at this. You now see all 3 maps of play. An unorthodox set of maps for the day. At least 2 of 3, if I do say so myself. What do you make of Skyscraper and Theme Park, maps 1 and 2? I think this is the first time I've ever seen them together.
I'd have to say for a lot of teams, Skyscraper can be a bit of a dark horse. So if you don't have NAU all too familiar with this map selection, that could actually be a win for Bowling Green. That would be a pretty smooth transition heading to Theme Park, where that could theoretically be NAU's win since they wanted to go there. So there is a good chance we actually see Villa in play today, a full 3 mapper. But that is, of course, if Northern Arizona do not know what they are getting themselves into for a map like Skyscraper. Unfortunately for, the regular caster sheet that we have, it doesn't show what maps were in play on previous weeks. So I can't quite confirm if they've been here, but if they have, this should be a pretty fun game since Bowling Green, if they want to go here, they should know what they're doing.
Yeah, and a real pocket pick for Bowling Green State. If they're going to pick up their second victory, now is a really good time to do so. Especially as we start to get more into the meat of the season. You cannot stay below that 500 mark. NAU Varsity at 4-1, they have that 80% win rate. BGSU at 1-4, they're just chilling down at 20. Maverick, the first ban, I want to get your takes on Skyscraper. I think you've casted a little bit more than I have, especially around CL. What do you make of bans coming into this?
Well, a Maverick ban I've never seen. He is not played on Skyscraper. There's a couple of walls you can use him for, but the problem is you can just bring Soft Breach to get those same walls. Nades, Ash, or Zofia charges, you name it, it can probably help you have the Hard Breacher do their job. So Maverick isn't really necessary. Might be just a default ban for these teams, and they don't really know too much about Skyscraper. Can't fault them. A lot of maps in the pool. Then you've got Thatcher Arcade. That's a little more common, but again, it's a quote-unquote default ban. It's just something you see all the time. Probably going to see a Mira or a Valkyrie out by NAU, and no, it's a smoke. All right, you know what? Maybe it's just comfort bans at the end of the day for NAU, but you know what? The smoke ban, although it's not really common, I am a fan of it.
I don't think not really common correctly states how rare
it's a bit
smoke
of
ban is.
Understatement, yeah.
I have seen smoke banned one time, and I cast Rainbow Six maps I cast up to 10 maps a week sometimes, and I have never seen a smoke ban other than a single game in Genesis Esports League, back when it was still called GEL. That's how long it's been. We have a Rook pick on the defensive side by I Want Donut. New self-sustain feature coming into that and being taken away from Zofia, obviously, if you are familiar with it. And we have a pig issue. Oh, no.
Well, oh yeah. It's everyone too, so it's the server bugging, yeah, so probably going to have to go and get that rehosted. Both teams want that to happen. And then we're going to have to go and put it on a new server. So people are not on 100+ ping during the game. Yeah, that's really unlucky. I'm not too sure where Bowling Green is actually located, so I don't know if it's going to be a bit of an issue for them to be playing on Central. Where are they, Dan?
Texas.
Okay, well, then West shouldn't be too bad of an issue, but I
Well,
believe there's another central server. It's just a southern central one, but that could give a good advantage for Texas. But, that's all, legal terms about server and ping. I don't really want to get involved in that. I want to watch the game. And already watching, I guess, a couple of interesting picks, I suppose. You mentioned the Rook. Overall, I'd say he's a bit of a niche pick
okay.
nowadays. He's not completely unviable, especially since you can withstand when you have that armor and it gives you extra HP. But I think a better pick overall, if you're going to bring an op when you don't need a lot of utility for a comp, is probably Doc, because he can really do a lot of self-sustaining and general sustainability for your entire team. I think in Challenger League, I casted the semifinals match between One Shot and Reality TV, and Packer was playing Doc on Tellers and Archives, and he quite literally used 400 HP worth of Doc stims to completely negate a kill from going down against his enemy team of One Shot. Although they did not win the round, it was a pretty important move to play to actually prolong that round for eventually being a win for One Shot. And honestly, Reality TV should have had that round when it did come down to 1v1, but just a bit of context for that. Doc is pretty good, depending on the bomb site.
And Kitchen Barbecue, a weird first sight, I have to say.
I'd have to agree.
By the
yeah.
way, Bowling Green State's in Ohio, not Texas. I was thinking Baylor for a second. Don't mind me.
All good.
Anyway, still South Central should be perfectly fine. Both these teams should be okay. East and West, one would favor one would favor the other, obviously. East favoring Bowling Green, West favoring Northern Arizona, just because, geography exists. Nonetheless, I still think South Central will be fine. They should be okay, assuming the actual servers decide to agree with one another, and one another being the remaining players. But we're crossing fingers on that one. We never know. It's really a coin flip, and it's like a 7-sided coin, and 6 of them mean you get 110 ping or more. So, yeah, welcome to Ubisoft Montreal.
Yeah, welcome to R6. It's pretty common here. A little off topic, I think one of the more enjoyable things about getting to duo with you, is the stark contrast between our rooms. You're in the abyss, you're in a void, and then I've got all of this. I know it's a green screen.
I'm in a dorm,
but
I'm in a dorm.
Yeah.
So... Yeah.
Honestly, I think it's better. Oh, you wore that same shirt last week. Funny enough, it's like in arm's length from me actually too. I was gonna potentially wear that today too, but it's a little bit on the cooler
I'm gonna
side.
turn off my green screen to really give you, or I'm gonna turn off my chroma key to give you the full effect of the. Here we go. All right.
Imagine your shirt was green too, and it just appears back to green as well. That'd be funny.
It actually takes the green away from the Cerebellum logo. It's really weird. I love it. Yeah. There's your fun fact of chroma keys.
So I wish I'd wait a little while. They dropped probably some of the best merch they had literally months after. I'm like, well, I just bought this shirt, so really no point in wasting more money on esports stuff. They've already put a couple dollars into that.
I usually don't get much esports apparel. I got the Charlotte Major gear. I'm really upset I got it, by the way. The sweatshirt was atrocious. It's awful. I hate it. I'm not usually a calling out to people, but do not get We Are Nations apparel. I'm sorry. Don't get it. The sweatshirt was just not good. The long sleeve t-shirt, sure. But I feel that if you're getting merch apparel, get it that you wear on a normal basis. I wouldn't wear a jersey from Parabellum on a normal basis. I love Parabellum, don't get me wrong. But it's just not like a normal t-shirt I wear. This is a normal t-shirt I wear. I wore it to class today. It looked cool. I liked it.
Hopefully, the servers can be a little bit on the cooler side and not mess over our players with really high ping, because it's very annoying to play under those circumstances. Being a East Coast player that had a bunch of West Coast friends, if the servers wanted to give me a tough time, my ping would go from 90 to then in the 150s, and then it would be pretty annoying to play against. So I know how that feels way back in the day. But like we had mentioned, barbecue is in play, and besides that Rook selection, everything looks pretty normal. You've got the castle for helping with those extensions up above, because it's very common for you to hold Dacia and, team karaoke to make sure no one can get vertical on the bomb site and have an easier time executing inside of kitchen room. You've got the SIUE gates, not only for the Aruni with that, but also having the ability to help make those rotates as well, not leaving it on just either the alibi or the castle in that position. Speaking of alibi, extra shield, that's always nice. You got stall potential with the Goyo. And then again, the one caveat here is probably the Rook. But you got a long-range gun with no recoil, and you get more HP you're probably looking just to take gunfights and be aggressive, hopefully, to have that man advantage from the get-go.
Not only that, but you have the extra little bit of adage of impact grenades. If you really want to use them, a lot of times you have a secondary shotgun in somebody. I do like it because it gives that extra little bit of an advantage to EC3, who has that Mark 14 in hand. So you don't have that full advantage on the board of an automatic weapon for EC3 anymore because the P10 Roni was nerfed into the abyss. It's never really viable anymore. I don't see a lot of teams using it much more, at least not lately. Clone's still trying to get aggressive. They do have their own castle barricade between them and that main south balcony. Not all that much going on out there, and they do finally break it. It is taken away. The Clone, well, their own rotate, serving them very little good, and they're not able to rotate away, at least not cleanly, but information's now been gained here for BGSU Varsity. This is a pretty good start for them, at least to try and get onto this top floor, and they're doing so properly. Clone shot in the back, and now dropped, actually shot in the front from Geisha. There's the opening at a bare minimum, but they may be able to withstand and come back into this round. There's the Rook coming into the fray, and a spray coming through onto the Buck. It's Biscuit to actually find the kill.
The opener still goes the way of NAU. NROC finally able to get rid of that down castle with the M7. Still that man advantage, though, for the defensive side, and they're still looking to retake this top floor. All that hard work put in the first minute by Bowling Green has now been thrown away, essentially. Besides the Iana of Shaggy, who will still linger by that Geisha hallway, they'd be looking to take a fight on the player who's over by Drum. Bandrew is able to collect one off screen, and Biscuit's good on that trade towards the Zofia playing by top black. Finally, you got Shaggy stepping in the fray, but he's the only one left alive, so to speak, or at least on the floor standing tall, but eventually dropped down on the floor similar to the Habana. NAU able to retake that top floor with relative ease, as I guess the air jabs were either destroyed or just simply not placed down, as I believe she was over by Geisha, so there was really no way to watch that flank in top black, and because no one was looking at it with their eyes, it was just a simplistic retake there for the defense.
Yeah, and I don't like that from BGSU Varsity. I think it took them a little bit too long. If you find that down in towards karaoke, that's the, hey, we just found a down, it's time to hold W from this side of the map. And they just didn't. They allowed the castle to withstand, albeit they still didn't get a kill, but they were chaotic and still on the board. They had to be dealt with still by the Bowling Green State University Varsity squad, and it just took them too long to do so. You could still see them trying to focus down the FBI op, and it just, well, not only A, took them too long, but took them too much of a focus. And that focus really took away from the remaining players on the top floor, of which probably could have been then focused at that point. They weren't, and they didn't. NAU Varsity are able to win the round because of it, and another more horizontal take. Most of the time, it's a relatively similar scenario here on Skyscraper. If you're on the bottom floor, you extend vertically. If you're on the top floor, you extend horizontally. It's a relatively straightforward way of playing the defensive side.
Usually you don't see too much differentials from that exact same style of play too. Can make a map like Skyscraper fairly simplistic, but if you're a team that tends to struggle with adaptability, it could be your worst nightmare as you fail to clear out that one position, and you're going to have to relive that nightmare once the site is on repeat. Wow. What a spray by Potato on the Bandrews. Don't know if there was info there to assist or just flat out good game sense, expecting someone to push in from that direction. But the ace, your only hard breacher, is now gone. So this clear that we talked about being so linear for round number 2 is going to be stacked up tenfold in terms of how linear it will be because of that lack of hard breach, besides Butters, who does have that secondary breach, but again, very limited with just 2 of those can openers, as many call it.
And one's only available now, so they've already expended the first to even get in on that east side of the top floor. The start really convincingly going in the favor of Northern Arizona, and there's not all that much that you can do about it if you're Bowling Green State. You have information, yeah, sure, the Gemini Replicator will gain that info, but not all that much you're doing off of that information. That is not actionable intel, as they say, and there goes your intel, albeit you really use the Gemini Replicator to throw away that SIUE gate, so not the worst trade in the world, especially considering that's a regenerative Gemini Replicator. Nonetheless, 90 seconds left, and Northern Arizona still sitting pretty here. Flash in will bait out a magnet, but I don't even think they have a nade to deal with that. Shaggy, the only one with nades, has now been seen. The spray luckily not landing, but here's Shaggy trying to prep that nade. It may land, and it does indeed, but well, so does the stun from the Echo, and Biscuit shot as well. Another opener goes Northern Arizona's way.
Yokai just stalling for time and feeding info for Biscuit to know when to fall back, and he eventually does once that piece of information has now been removed. EC holding down this long angle. The DMR opens up that cabinet to get an even better position to stop that funnel leading in from T even more effectively. And Potato with this rat angle as well, watching down through Catwalk. If anyone rotates around to help assist the player coming in through Dragon, that would be a big nightmare position for BGSU to have to deal with in these final 40 seconds. And speaking of which, they still have a shield to deal with, so trying to get Geisha control from the interior of this map is going to be pretty much impossible unless Shaggy had an extra grenade in his back pocket, but that's not the case.
Hey, Clone does get taken away, so another kill goes the way of Bowling Green State. They're still in this. The aggression from Shrine needs to come through sooner rather than later, though. Its Oven gets a ping through, is trying to spray it down, gets damaged, but just not a kill. And no kill is going to hurt them. They do down the Yokai-wielding Echo, so plant denial is gone here for this attacking side, but it's really not going to matter. EC3 should be able to find this kill to spray with the Mark 14, finding a double to close out the round, and Northern Arizona walk away with yet another defensive round victory, completing both sites on the west side of the map, looking clean and clear to take the third as well.
And that's always the biggest problem with trying to attack T-Room with a lack of, I suppose, exterior pressure for the most part. When you are only pushing in from Shrine heading into Dragon and Terrace heading into Drum, then moving into potentially Geisha or just that hallway, that just leaves two choke points that NAU have to deal with. And if they still have Geisha control, if they have these long angles looking down on that T-single doorway, they're going to just hold crossfires in those two choke points, which are rather thin, and then you're most likely going to get tag teamed and die, especially if you have that man disadvantage, which for a good chunk of time, Bowling Green had. If they maybe had someone go top black to force EC3 a little bit farther back, if they had someone on Geisha double door to help assist the people in Drum, that could have been a different round. But because they had already lost so much, in particular that Hard Breacher, which probably would have helped deal with that Geisha presence, they weren't in a position to really do so. Their hands were forced to go into those two choke points, and that was pretty much just the best they could do. They had to hope that they could win their gunfights and get the round win off of just that pure factor alone. Hopefully, they can keep their Heart Breacher alive and not get caught with their pants down due to someone essentially blind firing at an incredible time.
Yeah, sometimes the gamble shots pay off.
Yeah, it's pretty good game sense to do it, yeah.
Game sense. Sure. Oh, I'm going to spray this window out of pure chance because, you know, they really can't return onto me. Yeah, he's totally not cheating. Moss file check out the game. No, I'm entirely kidding. Please do not assume that I'm cheating. Sometimes those chance shots do indeed just hit. Information here for the Bandit. Try to prep a C4, actually. Biscuit may throw this in. If they do it at a correct time, maybe somebody on a drone and the, well, Flame or C4, my apologies, isn't taken away. They may be able to find a kill. They do indeed. It is the opener. Potato's C4 misses. Biscuit's headshot, not so much. The opener again goes Northern Arizona's way, and not all that much that BGSU could have done about it. NRock did nothing wrong there. They were focused on Black Stairs. They just didn't have the information that one was around towards that Geisha side. I just don't think the communication may have been there. And, well, the kill goes their way because of it. And another as well. Potato, the re-aggression of Brown. This is nuts for Northern Arizona.
That's why you tend to have at least one lurker playing on that first floor to make sure that does not happen. But Bowling Green, not in a position to do so, already losing one player, now costs them double for that ineffective clear so far. They eventually worked their way into top Shrine, but there's someone to challenge them. It's Potato, once again, good for two now, still wielding that Vector with the 1.5 optic. Had a bit of information, perhaps, to clear out another one by T, but instead they think better of it and fall back instead. The damage has most certainly been done already in the first half of this action phase, as it's just Bandrews and its Oven left alive. And once again, those air jabs just not utilized whatsoever, and maybe if its Oven was in the right place at the right time, that could have been a different story, perhaps.
Doesn't even have to be the right place at the right time if you're playing on that Novad. Honestly, it just has to be at the right place at any time. Putting down those air jabs is at least the first step to success. Decent trade of damage favors Bandrews for the time being, but long range, it's I Want Donut to find the down and the headshot to solidify the kill. That should be the round. It's a 1v5 for It Is Oven. 2 players at or below 50 HP, everybody else on 110, looking clean and clear to take this. There's still 2 C4s on the board to deny that plant, at least any attempt at it, and 2 impacts to just add any damage on top of that. Biscuit is taken away. They were low HP though, so the headshot is just a little bit of extra overkill for them, but there is a flank coming through up the shrine stairs, unless there's an air jab on that side. Of course, there's only one remaining as of right now for his oven, so it's certainly possible for them to have one on that side of the map. But if they're going to go, now's the time to do it.
15 seconds
Not
left.
much left of it as well. That
Attackers have
time
recovered
you
the
had
defuse.
mentioned. 1 versus 4 as well. Does not
10
look to be a
seconds
good
remaining.
position. Once again, that choke point heading into terrace from Drum. You've got long range angles as well from Dragon. And yeah, Potato, he'll rack up yet another on this round on the Goyo. And once again, just the same 2 choke points that we mentioned earlier became another threat for NAU, but or for BGSU, because NAU were using them. But the problem for Bowling Green that time around was potentially a lack of information and, again, a lack of utility usage in that round. I think we saw from the very get-go maybe not a big presence on information gathering as well. So the Zofia was walking in a bit blind as she was just
Attackers
checking
need to
for black
locate
stairs,
and defuse
got
as
shot in
many
the side
bombs
by
as
a
they can.
bandit who was presumed to not be there, heading over by T side. And later in the round, when everyone is focused on forcing back the bandit, they get shot in the back by Potato as he creeps his way up black stairs. If you have someone to help assist Nrock not only clearing out that part of the map, but also droning it, so physically and also just, support-wise, helping him clear out that portion of the map, giving comms, providing teamwork, that could have been a much easier clear by Bowling Green, and they might have had an effective opening kill if they were able to catch the bandit as he was falling back as well, but the exact opposite happened, and because of that, NAU now take another round win. Their defense, a flawless split so far.
And most importantly, it's a flawless rotation. They looked really good
Right.
on a 3-0 rotation. They're able to complete all 3 maps, and they started off at Kitchen Barbecue. That's where they will start off their second rotation as well. They'll re-extend to the top floor as expected. There is absolutely no horizontal roam, which is something I'm a little critical about here for Northern Arizona. Yeah, the round was won last time around, but a little bit of delay never hurt nobody. Maybe overextension, something they may be worried about, but again, those are if, ands, and buts, and a whole lot of maybes. And you're giving BGSU a whole lot of extra time to really just push in from this side of the map and collapse onto both your top and bottom floor holds at almost the exact same time. Albeit the castle barricades are helping out the defensive side just a little bit on the top floor, so relegating some of the possibility of that quick attack without too much of information given over. But it's still something to be wary about. You don't have as much of time denial on the defensive side. And look, a minute gone, the entire half of the map has been cleared out, and here's the aggression on the south side, or actually west side top.
Well, at least its oven has popped one air jab somewhere across the map. Hopefully for the house stairs, as if that is not a position checked by the offensive side, that could be good flank potential for Potato. And speaking of that flank, not necessarily in the pocket of EC3, but he is in a spot to maybe catch an attacker off guard if they are focusing on that main hallway between both Karaoke and T side. So far for Bowling Green, they're trying to get another impact inside of Geisha, more specific. Oven, good for that opening kill onto Biscuit. And now they're trying to work their way in through T as well. So far, so good for the offensive side, but Potato was able to find that kill on the flank watch of Nomad. And EC3, although low in HP, is still standing on that top floor, and Donut just narrowly misses out on that opportunity. But because, again, EC3 is so low and just in a position to die, Butters will punish. Now the man advantage goes back the way of the offense.
Doubled up now as well. Potato on the bottom of black stairs. I don't know if they're going to be cleared from this position. They're looking to re-aggress. A Claymore's being set at the top of the stairs. I don't know if the Sophia is going to survive through that. They will not. The Claymore also taken away means there could be aggression back up the black stairs. It now has to be watched. That's an issue for Butter. Splitting your own attention as a buck, no less. Never an easy feat. There's absolutely no utility left over on the defensive side other than what's already been put down. And most likely the Goyo canisters are going to come into fruition. Drone is missed by Potato. Second attempt may come through. It finally does after expending an entire mag on that vector. But with just 30 seconds left, there's still top floor pressure coming down, and BGSU have to drop sooner rather than later, and Shaggy being taken away, that may just be this attacking side's downfall.
Oh, Potato good for 3 in this round so far. Donut finally traded off by Butters, a 1 versus 1. You can't go for that play, and Potato off the shield finds a quadra for the round. Still, Northern Arizona looking clean in the late game off of the ability to work picks by Potato. Once again, with Bowling Green not fully prepared for that, I guess, rework of that top floor by the defensive side. They were caught off guard, and it was the perfect time to strike, really, for Potato, netting several kills on that round. And for Bowling Green, at least they are showing signs of improvement. They found that opening kill. On top of that, they were able to, watch the flank for a good chunk of time as well, but still just not being very proactive for that mid-round presence. That was eventually their downfall, hence giving NAU a 4th round win in a row off of that.
Not only that, but there was a whole lot of redundancy on the top floor. So NAU, even if they lost that opening pick or one of their teammates was droned away, they would have that crossfire established in order to clear that out. And it really just wasn't fully cleared from BGSU. So yeah, the droning was good, but it was only good enough droning to clear one player. And then they would try and push off that information and find a kill, and then they'd get killed from a different position. While yes, they overall won the opening trades, if you have a 5v2 versus a 4v2, you'll take a 5v2 every day of the week, and you would have had it if you just fully cleared that top floor in terms of droning before starting that push. They didn't, and they couldn't because of it, and NAU Varsity actually bring it back. Potato's re-aggression was really good on both the black and brown stairs. They just walked up without being seen and or heard, and the kills come through because of it. Down to a 2v2 as BGSU aggressed onto the site, really just cut them away, and finally we see some horizontal pull from NAU Varsity. We'll see an impact EMP to make sure that mute jammer that was put down is now taken off the board, and Biscuit is actually now being pushed out of position and very lucky to be alive as they retreat towards drum.
Major fan of NRock actually picking out on the Lion here, trying to maybe not have as much of their information dried up in this round, maybe being able to isolate these defenders a little bit more effectively as well, as no one's going to want to spring into action to help with that trade. There's Biscuit, though, already finishing off the Lion, so only one scan popped out, and Butters was caught in the ankle by a bear trap. He gets picked up eventually, but still incredibly low in HP, and that could be another good position for NAU to hold and find yet another kill on this round. Potato having the assistance with that yokai, not only stunning out the player in the back of that minibar, but feeding information for the Frost to work off of. So far, not going to be able to confirm a kill just yet, but Shaggy, now desperately low in HP, has to be very precautious moving outward from that minibar position.
It's a very precarious position for BGSU, no less. Flashes extended to clear out that shrine shield, but it doesn't do all that much. Everybody vacated the position already, and they still haven't cleared out the Frost, holding down that long angle. It is oven dropped. Potato looking for another will finally be taken off the board, but still does return damage. Shaggy, after being downed in terms of HP earlier, is now downed in terms of DBNO later on. And it's 20 HP for Butters and Shaggy. With Bandrews on 60-65, you're looking at a combined 100 HP between 3 players, where on NAU Varsity, they have a combined 465. They're looking so clean and clear to take this. It's actually 455.
Yeah, numbers are hard, especially when they're not actually shown in the HP pool anymore. That used to be a thing back in the day, but no longer do we get that luxury. Just a couple of red flashes and maybe some white static as well. 40 seconds to go. It seems pretty static so far for Bowling Green, as they haven't really made any footholds into this bomb site. But Bandrews finally opened things up, but they might have to worry about that vertical presence and still the horizontal play by Donut. He clears out Butters. Bandrews sticking that defuse, and the vertical play doesn't actually activate, but Bandrews, he's stuck in the bomb site in a 1 versus 3 retake, and finally the C4 rips out underneath him, blows him up sky high, and they got plenty of time left to get that disable. A pause being called now by Butters, tactical one at that too, because they've just lost 5 rounds in a row on their map pick. Doesn't look all too hopeful for them so far, Dan.
I saw Clone down below, and I was like, oh no, Clone still has a C4. This round was so far and away over. It looked so good as well for BGSU as they looked to aggress, but it just did not come through in their favor. NAU walked away with that round victory, and EC3 was still crossing their T's and dotting their I's. Everybody was dead for like 4 or 5 seconds, and EC3 was still like incrementally clearing angles with the Mark 14. It was actually kind of funny to watch, but it's still a very clean round victory for NAU. They keep 3 players alive, albeit there's no economy in this game, so that really doesn't matter. It just shows how dominant they are and how clean they can win some of these rounds and how little of a response there is for BGSU in late round scenarios. There wasn't a trade, there wasn't another trade, there wasn't any bottom floor control nor pressure. They didn't bait out any early utility. They basically walked straight into a meat grinder, and the meat grinder just happened to have shrapnel.
not really having any of that range shot destruction is proving to be rather potent for NAU, funny enough, as they've been bringing in a couple of shields quite consistently, having that Wamai every now and again. It just is not enough to bring only 2 grenades and no gone 6s. I mean, sure, Enrock can bring one, but he died in the first 50 seconds of that round. And moving forward as well, in terms of that opening kill-death ratio, Biscuit currently is 3-1. He's been pretty impactful, or at least active in the entry department, and for BGSU, their trades haven't been too consistent in this game. If you're not able to isolate that early aggressive player and you just let them get away with their life, so to speak, and you don't finish them off until the late round, that is a major problem, as you're losing value by being down in the disadvantage in terms of the man count. And also, you're just losing out on valuable utility. Maybe if you had Enrock alive, you could have cleared out that Frost, for example, a little bit more effectively without putting in as much elbow grease as you did to eventually convert that 5-on-3 into a 3-on-3. But I digress. One more round to maybe change things up here for Bowling Green, but it might just be a little too late at this point, because NAU, even if they lose this round, they just need 2 clean default wins in the second half, and they'll get away with this map as a win. And then they get to go to Theme Park, which is their selection.
Yeah, not only that, but they start off on the attacking side of Theme Park, so maybe a little bit of a disadvantage there, but their defense is looking so strong, I don't even see that as being a possibility. I am a little intrigued as to how they'll try and open things up here. There is only mute jammers on their side. I don't think there's going to be a bandit trick either, so it should be a relatively easy opening here for the extra thermocharge, and it is indeed. E1D popped, as is the logic bomb. Butter's just looking to hold W in, will be successful in doing so. Still takes damage, but there's a team kill. It is Oven dead, Shaggy is as well. Overall, a 2-for-2 trade, technically 3-for-1 if you count the team kill in favor of BGSU Varsity, but it really is not going to matter. Damage done by that C4, but not a kill, nor do they deny the plant. Another logic bomb will be popped. It's taken 10-15 seconds maximum, and they've got the plant down. A retake now required, but it's damage done, and already the retake's coming through.
Oh, but they're not in the rappel, though. This could be deniable by the defensive side. Bandrews kills one. The defuse, stop for right now.
Oh.
Biscuit, what a shot to Enrock, though, leaving just the low thermite, and he's rotated across the map. You've got to push in, my friend. Potato's almost done with that disable. He swings in, but dies to Potato as he pops off the disable and back on it once again. No enemies left to stop you from this 6-0 sweep. One more round, and they take map 1.
Oh my goodness, this is so dominant from NAU as well. That looked so clean as they retook. Sure, you lose the opening. You go down 2-for-1 technically if you don't count the BGSU Varsity team kill. But because they found that team kill, and because there was no repel whatsoever to hold down a very unorthodox plant spot considering the control they had, I don't get it. NAU Varsity walk away with a round victory, and BGSU Varsity just didn't have a defensive response. They were holding down the post plant, but they got a little over aggressive without information. The plant spot wasn't for anything they were holding down. They weren't playing towards the main breach. They weren't playing in anywhere that could hold down that main plant, because the old window that used to watch that spot doesn't exist anymore. Skyscraper rework came through, albeit forever and a day ago, but apparently, unfortunately, BGSU did not get the memo. Did we forget to send postcards to Ohio again?
I think we did, yeah. It's, I think the only state that's a little bit... Actually, no, Ohio is a pretty well-known state. I can't even make fun of them for that. Unfortunately, only my state gets made fun of, that being Rhode Island, so I can't have anyone to join me in my solace. But what we can...
Rhode Island's like the size of my big toe.
Yeah, and it probably has a... Actually, no, I think your state actually has a fairly sizable population, so I can't even make that joke, because we have the second most populated state in terms of density. But NAU, they're bringing a pretty dense
Rhode Islanders
lineup.
are really dense.
Yeah, I've got a pretty thick skull. It's pretty tough to beat in something into my head. But NAU may be trying to beat in this Montaigne play against Bowling Green's head. You see, that's what we call a transition in the commentating world. 30 seconds already burned off this action phase. For a rush/heavy execute strat like this, you want to get it done in about 45 seconds or so to give your opponents less time to react off of this play. Someone's already located that Montaigne, but they were not expecting the projector as well. Enrock wipes out the glass. Your main, I guess, spearhead to use those smokes is now gone, but you still have the front aggression of that Montaigne to maybe make enough space for the rest of your team to still get some trades. But so far, with that lack of any coverage with the Glaz, it so far has been rather challenging. But finally, Clone gets that trade. Biscuit narrowly missing out on a grenade, but that active information could maybe pay dividends. Evades it once again. Enrock kills, I believe that being the Montaigne, but finally confirms that trade. Still, though, you don't have as much, I suppose, space-making ability to maybe push past this, but no, another projector pops out. They can get in the bomb site and stick that plant, perhaps. Biscuit, good coverage on the Butters as he's tried to work down the main hallway, and no one's here to stop that defuse from going down. It's a post plant for NAU. Great coverage so far by Clone. He racks up a triple on the Osa, leaving just Oven left to play in a 1 versus 3 retake. Crossfires are thriving for the offensive side, and they are just getting the heck out of dodge. Oven kills the player on the rappel, a beautiful shot with the 9mm rifle, but still so much left to be done in this post plant.
It's not going to happen either. It is Oven has to walk through, has 14 seconds to get on the defuse and hold it. Spray through, misses the opening shot. I don't think they're going to clear EC3 of this close angle. They are right on the breach. There's no way to expect this either. It is Oven shooting through, will actually die to the Sens, and it just falls apart. BGSU are torn apart at that. Very well coordinated from NAU to have that second ability to come back, even with losing your main objective-based operators. You lose the Glaz right off the bat trying to play around the ROUs, and use the Montaigne, which is basically your giant shield in front of everybody. Yet you didn't really need it. That's the biggest part. They were still able to play around the utility they had remaining and the information they had left over from the Montaigne as they aggressed forward, albeit invulnerable because of the shield, but it's the information that played in their favor.
Yeah, and again, it was, I guess, a bit of the reactivity as well, by the defensive side as well. They weren't in a position to stop, the rappel player of Clone, who did a lot of damage on that round, just sitting there, holding a cutoff, making sure that map control could not be denied. And like you mentioned, with having those projectors still alive, you're able to cross that major gap, which is kind of a death zone, really, for the offensive side, even with that Montaigne afoot, since we did see Enrock still win that opening gunfight, just swiping past the Montaigne and killing the Glaz, as they were not expecting that kind of aggression in the first 20 seconds. But still, a clean round in the post plant overall for NAU, as they take that map quite literally to the name perfectly. There was just no bounce back at all for Bowling Green, unfortunately, despite having a couple of decent positions overall in the mid round.
No, and now they need to find a way to come back. The issue now remains it's on another unorthodox map, of which they've shown they really don't have a foothold in, and it's not their map selection. So we'll see if they can bring things away. Bowling Green State University need to win Theme Park. It's Northern Arizona University's map selection. They need to do it and force Villa. If they don't, we finish in a 2-0 fashion, just as the first match on stream did. We'll see if that does indeed become the case when we come back from the break and head to Theme Park.
Well, Dan, if Skyscraper was the appetizer for this best of three, I'm really interested to see what theme park will be in terms of our main course. If you need a refresher, my name is Fel, joined here by Time to Light once again, and we had a 7-0 victory, a flawless win by Northern Arizona on their opponent's map pick, that being Bowling Green, on the previously mentioned selection of Skyscraper. And
Oh no.
well, all right, just like the appetizer of Skyscraper, we get a rehost. There is a HUD bug. I've never, ever heard that happen before in a ban phase, but I could only imagine it's very annoying. So we're going to get that rehost going and pretend like we did not just load up into Theme Park, Dan.
We did not load into Theme Park. We're going to go through the bans just because we don't feel like doing them as we hop into the game the second time. So these bans will indeed be locked in. They're just going to be completed, and we'll talk about the bans later, apparently. Thatcher's banned off the board. On today's episode of surprising absolutely nobody heading into Theme Park, Thatcher will not be played. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. How's my shocked face?
Casters when they see a Thatcher ban for the 800th time.
Wait, I'm making that a Twitter picture. Do it. Do it. Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem. Glad I could be of service. Funny enough, although you told me to try not to laugh, I did end up failing. It just wasn't during the intro. I guess that was like the main point. Unless you just didn't want me to laugh like during the whole broadcast, then I didn't get the memo.
No, it's just during the intro. If you laugh
I'm not gonna
during
lie,
the broadcast, it means I've done my job correctly.
I'm not gonna lie. The first time you tried that on me, you almost got me. I was like literally that close to just going hysterical because I'm like, oh wow, thanks Dan, throw me under the bus. That's a really good thing. I should probably try to just gaslight next casters that I try to teach how to commentate the game.
But My favorite thing to do is as a producer, I go 3, 2, 1, transition. Don't laugh, you're live, and then they
I think
giggle
you.
the first time
Oh, I
every time.
think you might have did that to me actually. You might have been running prod for
Probably.
SFCL. That might have been what it was. But anyways, I could imagine that was what Bowling Green's band of Thatcher, right? That it was the first team to do that.
Yes.
Okay, then I could imagine we see a Maverick again, probably a Cade, and then the next band after that, unless you have Northern Arizona band Smoke again, then we probably will have like a Valkyr Mira. Probably going to be again really like bland op bands. Never too shocking about that, but they did ban Smoke last time, and maybe they'll do it again on this map because he's not bad. I'd say at least for theme park, and he's really good on Skyscraper.
If our order was to go the same as it was last time, it would go Maverick, Smoke, and Cade, because Cade would be the last ban instead of the first defensive ban, because
Yep.
it's Bowling Green on the defensive side. I don't think that's going to be the case. I still think Cade's going to be banned. I just don't think we're going to see another Smoke ban. I do question why NAU banned Smoke in the first map, unless they just do not have a single strat on Skyscraper where Smoke is a call, then that's the only reason I say that's a viable option. Nonetheless, it's still an odd call. I don't think it's going to happen again. In place of it, Valkyrie, Mira, your standard bans. I don't see anything.
Well, Shiro actually told us what the operator bans are, so we don't need to wait in suspense. We're gonna rip open that curtain. You get to see the behind the scenes of what we're having removed on Theme Park. Thatcher we already saw, followed up by Lion next as well. That's really annoying for, I'd say, Bowling Green, because they tried bringing out Lion a bunch for that info game, so they're just flat out target banning their opponents. That is really foul, but I do commend it. Cade ban followed up, and then Mira as well. So we weren't entirely wrong.
So I've been given the screenshot as to what went wrong. For all of you familiar, I'm going to put it on my green screen just for fun notes, because I'm actually kind of curious. It's going to pop up in front of my screen, so just pretend it's not for 2 seconds. There we go. So
what's the difference?
Now going behind my face. Basically, right here, I'm going to do like a weatherman kind of thing. Right here.
Oh, is it just stay there the whole time?
Vote cast.
Yes.
I don't know if I can like zoom it in. It's a tactical timeout, and it just asks you to stick it there. And I don't think it ever goes away, because you can see the timer 0, but it never disappears.
Makes sense. I was going to say the usual HUD looks fine, and then there's that. That's the only thing sticking out. All right, that makes sense.
Overall HUD bug. The HUD itself is still there.
And now it's gone. The blink of an eye. Might have missed it if you were alt-tabbed out, or just on Twitter or something, which I don't recommend. Twitter is not good.
Twitter's a nasty place depending on what side of Twitter you're on.
If you're on Twitter, period, it's just nasty. Just don't be on Twitter. That's the moral of the story. If you take anything away from this game, Twitter is not good for you. And I'm pretty certain that we're going to get the game started up just shortly, probably waiting on a couple more players. The rehost last game actually wasn't that long. I got to commend the players for like instantly rejoining back, because usually they like to take their sweet time when it comes to that. But just kidding. We're going to take a break, as it is taking a little bit longer than expected. So we'll be back in a few when the rehost is done.
Apologies for the technical delays. We're right back into our matchup. Again, we're headed to Theme Park, and again, NAU are up 1-0. They picked up map number 1 of Skyscraper in a 7-0 fashion, and bans are already done, so you won't see them for all of you who did not catch them because we didn't actually put them on screen. Thatcher Lion, Kaid, and Mira. About as what we were expecting. I'm a little surprised the Maverick wasn't banned and the Lion was indeed taken off the board by NAU, but that does indicate to me that they may actually bring a Maverick here on Theme Park. We'll see what plays out for them. I'm still Time to Light, still joined alongside me is Fellow and Fellow into map number 2, part number 2. Any opinions, and have they changed?
Attackers need to locate
No.
and defuse as many
So we'll just
bombs
talk
as they
about
can.
the round itself. Bowling Green, I think, all we know, that could be a very high unlikelihood. Their composition to me seems like they have an understanding of what they need to do when defending on Theme Park. You know, have a roam game up above, have at least a little bit of utility for the bomb site to slow down. And if NAU cannot get open, you know, any of these walls, then they have to funnel into both Split and Dragon, where they'll be met by Banshee devices rather than, you know, the typical Koyo packs. But
10 seconds to
still,
go.
the basics are there. So that is a plus.
5 seconds left.
NAU, however, if they only have, you know, 1 or 2 roamers to deal with up above and everyone's still
Attackers
focused
must
on that
locate
first
and
floor,
defuse the bomb.
I can imagine they're clear to be fairly seamless, as they have both an Iana and a Dokkaebi. So if no one's here to really back up the Oryx, they could isolate him fairly easily.
Yeah, but remember, Oryx, fastest operator in the game, can just get the heck
Yes.
out of Dodge if he pleases. Also, Oryx looking down in through the mechanical window, looking to clear himself out, and the fastest operator does indeed escape very easily. I'm throwing that all the way back to the Charlotte Major when Taro was like, "Oh, I get to say it, fastest operator in the game." Still remember that. Land was fun. Highly recommend it, by the way, for all of you who have not played Rainbow Six or Land actually.
I remember when I Giga chatted the entire line there because I DM Parker in advance, and he's like, "Oh yeah, sure, I can sign your captain hat." So that felt incredible. I felt like a boss at that point in time, and then I went back home. Oh well, guess Biscuit's going back home to wherever that may be. He's already off the board. Oven good for 1 on this roam game, and Bandrews is there to assist. On to Potato. EC3 finally gets rid of that Oryx up above, but its Oven is still on this top floor, but for how much longer, that's the big question. Not for too many more seconds than previously mentioned. And a C4 underneath will down EC3. It is just complete chaos on this top floor, but nobody there to confirm the Dokkaebi. She'll be picked back up, and really it's only a matter of time before it is Oven gets finished off as well. Just some extra info for confirmation, and then the top floor will be completely up for grabs for the Sledge to work his vertical with that sledgehammer.
Issue with the fact that it is Oven stays on this top floor. I don't care about the fact they stayed on the top floor. That's not my issue. They tried spraying with the RG-45 or RG-15 through a wall for gamble headshots up against automatic weaponry when they could have loaded their own automatic weapon and then retaken that fight, giving them a significantly higher likelihood of even hitting a shot, much less hitting a headshot. I don't like it. A little bit of undisciplined play and over-aggression could cost them a little bit. Because in this 3 versus 3 now, while HP advantage is there for the defensive side, it's only 1 C4 available, and that's on N-Rock. Spray through almost does damage. Luckily for the Bandit, does not. But they're now opening up a horizontal way in. C4 misses, does no damage whatsoever, and NAU Varsity with 40 seconds left into the action phase. They've also seen a foot. They're well aware of where this defense lies.
Being able to fully run into this breach as well. Not a lot left to really slow down the opposition when they try to get into the bomb site, besides maybe this Bandit of Butters. But if someone's there at Split, that could be a deadly angle to get rid of that Bandit player. Donut just waltzes right in, but Butters is there lying in wait. The case now dropped. That's really the big advantage here for the defensive side, and they've got the man advantage proper as well, leaving just Clone in this 1 versus 2. Red timer now activated. Clone just sticking down on the floor with the case, typing away on that keyboard. He'll stick it fully, but N-Rock is there on the flank, shoots the Sledge in the back, and Bowling Green, after a whole map, get their first round win in this best of 3. That was a really hard word to say.
English is hard. It's okay. BGS.
It really is.
You actually look good in that round. You know, barring it is Oven getting over aggressive on the top floor, that was a good round for BGSU. Overall, I like the aggression. I like the decision to try and push this top floor. I don't like, again, that it is Oven took that fight, maybe with the MP5, sure, but you just basically give, hey, here's a beacon, this is my location, and I only have an RG-15 in hand. so just shoot at me, and I'll die. And they did. But it's not the end of the world. They win the defensive round. There's nothing that they really needed to change other than that. And that's a single issue you can say, hey, this is identifiable. We'll have a better shot next time around. And they won the round. That's the most important part. Now initiation and office is the call for BGSU. I am a fan of this site. Some teams are not. They like to avoid it like the plague. I remember last time we actually casted this map, it was avoided like the plague, and Bunks was played alongside storage and lab. But I still like it.
Well, let's see if the roam game can potentially prolong a little bit more on that top floor. More or less just a lighter extension is what you tend to see when you have either two of these top floor bomb sites in play by a defender. Maybe you have a bit of an extension over by Cash, having those long angles with those shotgun kill holes made quite horizontally. Some Kibas to help assist this position as well. And sometimes you see people as well extend a little bit closer towards Cafe, since that is a pretty common point for the offense to attack from. And with only Clone on the eastern side of the map, you could probably put the 2 and 2 together that for the most part, NAU, they're going to actually attack from that Cafe side of the map where there isn't a heavy amount of stock put in by Bowling Green. In fact, they don't have anyone over by Bunk. They've got no one playing lightly by Cafe or Top Yellow. This entire half of the map is basically up for grabs if NAU realize that.
Seems like they may have realized it. There's a decent bit of aggression already here, and in through Cafe they go. Biscuit droning himself in, and this is a decent bit of control already for Northern Arizona. This is where they need to press that go button, though. They cannot do the old, oh, let's hurry up into this building and then just wait for BGSU to give us an opening. And ironically enough, I call it the old hurry up and wait strat, where you hold W and then you just do absolutely nothing for the foreseeable future. They didn't, and they really aren't at this point. This is looking halfway decent at a bare minimum. It can be a little better. Bandrews has been pushed away from the bottom of yellow with this logic bomb, so at least information towards this attacking side, and, well, look at this. They're already looking aggressive, and this is the time to do it. About 100 seconds left in the round. You can see them starting to prep this aggression. Bandrews, the only one really roaming for the defense, is all the way on the bottom floor and all the way around toward barrels as well. I believe they're directly inside a throne.
There goes those Salmas finally on the back wall. Took a really long chunk of time, though, for NAU to actually start poking and prodding their way. On this side of the map, C4 tossed out. Beautifully placed by Bandrews as well. Pop goes the Weasel there, it seems, as nobody was expecting that first floor presence, at least in that final minute of the round. And now NAU, they're a little concerned. They might have to worry about that flank either through the arcade or yellow stairwell. And they're still focusing at the main brunt of this clear. Clone's able to find that trade, but Enrock will return the favor on the Biscuit. Butters gets rid of EC3, and that grenade almost became deadly there for the Flores, losing about half of their health, give or take, leaving just that weakened Flores and Clone on the ace, trying to make this 2v4 work with just about 40 seconds to go.
And that should be the round as well. 40 seconds left. They have to aggress. They do use the Rotero drone to clear out that deployable shield. The smoke is pushed off and takes about 20 damage because of it, but it's not going to be their downfall. They still have the M590 in hand. They have used all of their toxic waves. There's nothing available in that general vicinity, but it may not matter. The final one is actually popped because they had it pre-placed, and It Is Oven finds the kill across from the initiation room itself. It's BGSU to find back-to-back rounds when they couldn't even see their foot from any other extremity of their body over on Skyscraper. A very good change here for the Falcons.
Yeah, I had to go and double check the actual, map ban phase during, on map ban GG to see, just double checking, hey, did Bowling Green actually pick this map instead? Nope, Skyscraper was their go-to. They just didn't do well in the first half, I suppose, and they've really gotten things, put together completely in a meaningful way to already have 2 round wins on Theme Park. Albeit, this map can be, I'd say, rather 50-50 sided. Some teams coin it as a little more attacker favored, while others think it still has a lot of defensive favoritism, as if you would point it a little bit closer towards that ranked style of play. But for NAU, I just think if they were a little bit faster on that clear, they probably would have had more success overall. Their lurk across the map was pretty strong. I believe at least 1 or 2 kills were netted from that junction of the map. And for, in terms of map denial that Bowling Green had for that half of the map, it was pretty much non-existent, if lackluster for best. They had nothing to stop a Cafe push, but NAU just took way too long to set up that clear.
I said, hey, don't hurry up and wait, and it really looked like they weren't going to, and then they did anyway. And they died because of it. If they were just a little quicker, and also if they weren't directly around an open hatch that was open from below. I never like open hatches. If I see it, I'm very wary of it, especially when I'm attacking. If I've opened it myself, sure, I'm not too concerned. If it's soft, I'm already looking in its general direction, but if it's just wide open in the middle of everything, like the main hatch is again, as we see, they'll have to worry about it. I believe the information is there for the C4. The drone from the Flores finds it, so nothing to be too wary about here for the attacking side. You at least have the information you can avoid that general whereabouts, and, well, in goes the drone to make sure they know it is below them, as long as they either sprint right past it and or, you know, just clear it out from below. They should be perfectly fine. There should be communication for this, though. So maybe timing does play in BG's favor. I'm going to be really upset if they actually get a kill with the C4.
Say, for Bowling Green, I think it's Bandrews to give that final rally call as to when that nitrocell needs to detonate. Black eye camera as well for good measure by NROG, just to really be sure to maybe work that opening kill. Some flashes get tossed out by the Flores, a smoke grenade to force back the rest of that offensive line. And I thought for a second Biscuit would just keep holding that grenade to their head, but they finally drop it back in their pocket, as if never pulling the pin to begin with. Still, a bit of utility waste, giving more time for those ADSs to reset, and I am really shocked that they're not able just to let those Rotero drones just sail on by somewhere else to get them down, but another one will fail to break that shield by Cafe, and Butters now scores the entry kill on the clone. The ace has now been eliminated from the scoreboard.
Oh, they don't worry about main stairs. A double found. Enrock somehow doesn't take out EC3. Now looking to swing with a Deagle in hand. Enrock does think better of it. Both players one shot from respective weaponry. A Deagle certainly would have dropped EC3. And the Mark 14 does about 40 to the body of anybody who gets in its way. The only player to get 3-shot or 4-shot from it would be a 3-health operator, and there just really aren't that many at all here for the attack, and there aren't any currently on the board either. Butter's still looking to get aggressive. It's low HP on the opposing side. It's a headshot as I Want Donut gets domed and dropped. EC3 in a 1 versus 4. We'll find first, but body shot away with the MP7, and understandably so, Potato will call a timeout as BGSU complete their rotation flawlessly and successfully.
And overall, I think the major way to potentially remedy that is just having more backup from one portion of the map. It really did seem like those two people in Cafe were the only two individuals trying to help from that portion of the map. Sure, there was one guy lurking underneath, but that just took way too long to get set up, and they still weren't able to deal with that regular Cafe extension. If they had someone maybe creeping up yellow stairs as a Nook, perhaps denying that those black eye cameras and default cams from doing anything, that could have been a little bit more of an explosive way to get the job done. And in general, just diversifying where you're pushing in from. Sure, NAU have the idea of they want to get some lurks involved in this round, but the timing of them, again, it's just too little too late, and it's taking too long for them to actually be in the right place, and no longer the right time, because again, that management of those seconds on the clock. Still, with that timeout being deployed, hopefully they can, win the default 3 rounds and still have a fairly simple first half in this matchup. But Bowling Green have been really punishing so far for that lack of time management by NAU.
Yeah, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I honestly foresee this being a 4-2 or a 5-1 half. NAU varsity really need to work for a 3-3 split. I just don't think it's going to happen. Plain and simple. They're a good team, but they are not a win 3 back-to-back-to-back rounds on the attacking side of Theme Park team. I am not a proponent of thinking that Theme Park is attacker-sided. I know we talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm going to bring it up again. Defense does usually win you the map here on Theme. Usually you're looking at a general 4-2 or 3-3 split. Anything towards the attackers is usually an anomaly, especially at this collegiate level of play. So looking at NAU varsity, if they find 2 of the next 3 rounds, I think they should be content with the remainder of this half. I don't think they'll be content with the half overall, though.
Back to throne room we go for Bowling Green. Overall, their roam start wasn't too shabby. You had both Bandrews and It Is Oven winning their 1s. It was just, I'd say, probably the fallback by the Malusi. That was the biggest issue, not even trying to blind fire with the RG-15. But it just seemed like they were over-committing to playing over by initiation room. If they had opted to fall back and just waste a little more time, it probably would have went a long way, especially when NAU begin to put down that vertical. They tend to forget about that top floor presence. And if you don't have It's Oven fall back, they could actually work a play on that flank potential. Potato, in the first 20 seconds, not even, already finds the opening kill into Butters, so that's a much better start for NAU. I think the first opening kill they've actually won. in this matchup for Theme Park, and already that's going to give some false hope, I suppose. Not even false hope, but just maybe a false prophet here that maybe NAU will do significantly better on this first half, perhaps. Maybe not false at all.
Clone actually finds the kill on
Wow.
in his oven. There's no way he finds that. Biscuit is returned to pawn, so that's not the end of the world, but it's already a 4 versus 2, and it's been 45 seconds, by the way. When that kill came in, it was 44 seconds into the round. They also didn't take away the default camera. When they didn't take a default camera away, even though they had already found the opening kill, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a chaotic round. All the information's there for BGSU. This should be a relatively clean victory for them to come back from. And then they lost 2 of the next 3 fights. And then I realized that NAU Varsity is actually really good with gun skill, and sometimes when you have gun skill, you can just win rounds straight off the back of it. The Clone vertical pressure down will clear out a mute jammer and really look to condense upon what remains of this defense for the Falcons. I'm not really liking their chances. There's still 90 seconds for NAU to work with. There's still so much time for them to clear out what remains, and well, half of their plant denial is gone in terms of lethality. With that C4 off the board, all they have left 2 impact grenades. That's not a whole lot.
And for the most part, NAU could most certainly deny those positions where an impact grenade could be tossed out from. Only issue is if they have a lack of info on where NROC is playing. He could maybe get away with a couple of kills to open up some big space for his teammate of that. Well, my Blood Potato has the angle to shut down that Furnace player of the previously mentioned NROC. 3 kills in this round for Potato. EC3 wraps up the final one in this matchup. NAU finally get on the board, but man, it took them quite a while. But at least the timeout was, I suppose, well executed overall. Not so much of a fluke round, so to speak.
Yeah, and not only that, but they were also able to figure out, hey, it was aggression from BGSU that really paid off for them the last time around. It was early aggression, albeit some a little bit over top, and well, BGSU continued with that and then died because of it. It was Shaggy left over in that 4, and having to take 3 individual gunfights with just a pillar between you and 3 players. You don't have that. Well, it really would have needed to be 180 degrees of coverage. You maybe had like 60, and all 3 players could still see you. 2 of them could actually still shoot you. There was no safe way out. There was no way you could win that round if either were I. You'd have to be just running aimbot and ball hacks, and I think it's pretty clear neither of these teams are. It's been a chaotic game, to say the very least, but not a, hey, this person's hacking game. Because I've had one of those games in comp, believe it or not. Like, actually casting. Albeit, it was 2 years ago, but it was really funny.
I don't know if I've had really a blatant cheater, not even a cheater, just a cheater period, in a comp cast I've done. Maybe on console for like M&K, but really is hard to go back to. Yeah, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm sure it happened at some point, just wasn't aware. Have you ever heard about the story of the team that was cheating during CL quals and super caught the guy like hard walling because he was doing like a stream for it? Good times. It's a long story. Probably shouldn't get into it, as we're now 30 seconds deep in round number 5 after the prep phase has went over and reached its sunset. New dawn awaits us. Just about now, you've got Bowling Green still setting up. Now finalizing that extension, sorry, wrong E word, as NAU are so far moving their way in through the control hatch and potentially heading down in through the cache balcony. Also have that lurk presence, this time by Potato, still rocking that Zofia, but so far, nothing yet to come of that so far, but maybe Biscuit in this position could maybe just be a pretty big spearhead, a big thorn in the side of Bowling Green, as he could deny a lot of presence over by initiation and just maybe force back the guy Dragon with that sledgehammer.
C4! He's dead! It happened again! Bandrews this time, the proponent to it. This time also the C4 does lethal damage, not just DBNO level damage. And it's Biscuit instead of EC3. Still, it's a kill going their way. But Potato re-aggresses up the Dragon stairs now, takes care of the Dragon default camera, and with 90 seconds left, a 1-for-1 trade isn't the worst thing for them, but another 1-for-1 trade, actually, directly with EC3 and Shaggy. No outside forces needed for that one. Both of them find a headshot, both of them find a kill. Anrock from behind, though, only does damage, and their whereabouts are certainly known. They have a 3v2 in the site, and a 3v2 in the round. Anrock taken care of, well, not so safe behind the Dragon statue.
No stall potential besides those impacts now, really, for the defensive side. Really risky play does not work out for NROC, and Negative NAU set up for that potential post plant much sooner than expected. They still have plenty of stuns to force back the defensive side, but it's Oven goes for a really good swing and gets rid of Clone from that equation. The Habana now gone. You cannot get that back wall opened up, forcing to just enter in through this doorway. That Potato will try to walk his way in through with the help of that concussive blast. Now charges the player behind that Kiba barrier. A good tag team, but it's Oven still gets rid of Donut, leaving just Potato in this 1v1, but there is still 30 seconds to recover. Could maybe pick back up the diffuser and force that post-plant position. So long as they have good info and maybe even better timing, they could still win this 1v1 against Butters, but he does have that HP advantage. He's able to just at least scope out Zofia trying to fall back or just trying to get rid of this pillar position. That could be a huge play here for the castle. Now post-plant position proper. And the Zofia, I think she just got out in the control room. The castle now realizes this, but it's going to be a big game of ring around the rosy perhaps for Potato as he's all the way down in through the cash corridor, heads his way in through waiting room. Doesn't spot the castle though. He's gonna stick it. There's no way. The concussive blast goes off, but no, it doesn't work. Bowling Green stick the defuse and they get the round win off of it.
I hate this game. I hate this game so much. That is
it went off as he confirmed the disable. Oh my god.
That is nuts. I thought he was going to get it too. The stun came through and it definitely hit because of area of effect. It would have taken an extra second or so to fully go off if it didn't land. It has that area of effect land that triggers it earlier. But it's still one of those situations of, you're the Zofia, why run so far away? Or at least, why plant in that position? Plant maybe open. Plant in a situation where you can at least easier, get to that spot. Don't plant behind a Kiva barrier and behind an entire throne in which there's absolutely no way for line of sight to go your favor. That is a very weird round. I'm going to put it that way. Butter's very well disciplined to aggress quickly, clear out initiation, clear out control, and say, it's gotta be a flank. And they were correct in their assumption. Very well done. I'm still surprised the stun didn't take them off. It should have, and it had to be a bug. Because it would not have gone off area of effect, because they threw it with like a second and a third left on that defuse, and it got there well before that position, so they should have been put off the defuse, unless either A, the stun no longer takes somebody off the defuse, which I did not see that patch note, or B, it was indeed bugged. Nonetheless, it's around NAU should have won, but I understand why they did.
I was gonna say, it might have just been so perfectly, imperfectly timed, if that makes sense to anybody. You said it was 0.3, but it might have just flat out been at 000. He might have got that confirmation, but the round is still technically active. It goes off because of that, you know, just not perfectly timed by the Zofia to make the, you know, round the world impression for round number 5 during that post plant. But there is still a chance to win maybe one more round, get that 4-2 split. C4 goes out by Butters, but it gets shot, caught on the window itself. So no opening kill just yet for Bowling Green, but that aggression is still just bleeding in from them. They just refuse to give up this first half whatsoever.
Nope, they are not dealing with this by any means. Potato, decent bit of damage taken, but is still alive for the time being. The aggression, and actually Bandrews again, it's aggression from a player who's aggressing on the top floor, dying because of over-aggression. It's Oven, lucky to be alive as they fall away, and is no longer. Potato finds a double in the top floor. NAU Varsity already with a 5v3 as they aggress down towards this throne room, and maybe you should have picked a different site for your final attempt on the defensive side. However, a C4 does bring some damage back, as that does find a kill on towards Clone, and actually NRock's looking for another. If they move 2 inches further right, they look for a head and may be able to actually find it, but EC3 is safe from play.
Yeah, currently in the opposing room, just chillaxing by waiting room. He does spot out the mute, but the same thing goes against the Dokkaebi as well. A logic bomb rings out too, quite literally, so he knows that for now NRock hasn't moved too far away from this vertical presence. Now just backs off a little bit closer to some natural cover behind that little half wall. And now in the background, you hear those Selmas deploy as well. A Twitch drone locates that. There is someone by Furnace and another one not too far away as well for that potential tag team, playing off one another's contact to know when exactly to swing. So having that person still up above on the vertical could be impactful, but I think NAU want to just kind of forget about that for the most part. They still have EC3 up there, but maybe that lurk over by split could be a little more effective. They swing out, kill the guy playing closer towards Furnace. Then it's just one player left to stand from that direction, but Potato just does the job completely on his own. Good for 4 in this round now in the Twitch play, leaving to Shaggy. Ace potential now for Potato, but he's so low in HP, but he still gets it anyways. 5 kills straight for the Twitch. NAU, they get the 4-2 split, but the advantage in terms of the rounds goes the way of Bowling Green.
4-2 is about what NAU really needed. I understand a single round lost in the second half of the first half, the real second quarter of the match, I suppose. Not a bad showing for NAU Varsity. 4-2 isn't to be completely out of the ordinary. The way it happened, a little unorthodox, but NAU Varsity can certainly come back from this. Especially winning that final round, that's momentum into the second half. They move on to the defensive side. It is their map pick. They have the advantage. The ball is in their court. The question is, do they dribble in for an alley-oop, or is it locked away by Bowling Green State as they start off the attack?
Well, depending if you replicate a little bit too much of how NAU played on their first half, this could go fairly well for the defensive side as a whole. We did see the lack of proper flank watch, not in terms of operator selection, but just utility usage by the Nomad. In terms of information as well, it was a little bit lacking a good chunk of rounds for Bowling Green as well. Maybe NAU could play off of that once again. There are a lot of rat areas you can hide in as a defender, even when you give up that top floor when roaming on a site like Throne, for example. So there is a lot of potential for NAU to work picks, and at least on Skyscraper, they were doing incredibly well in that round, or in that factor in particular. And at least in the 2 rounds they won, it was single-handedly off the fact of someone like Potato, for example, just going ballistic in the kill department and just shutting out the opposition.
Question now remains, does it continue with somebody going ballistic in the kill department? Looking at NAU, you have one player who currently matches the rest of the team combined, quite literally, and to an exact number as well. Potato at 10, the rest of the team is as well. On Bowling Green State, it's a little bit more consistency between the team. The max difference between top and bottom of the scoreboard is it is Oven on 6 with NRock on 3. That's not a big difference by any means. And it's really BGSU really playing this one as a team. You have a few assists on the board as well. They have that team-based consistency, and not only that, but they also have that operational consistency where you have them finding kills as a squad. Clone may have been able to re-peak that, but actually just relays it to Biscuit, who was able to find the opener. Looking for another, is being baited in on the left side of that aggression, but is now just looking for the kill on that far side. Here's the pop onto the drone, looking for another kill, will be able to find it. Still knows NRock's on the left side of this balcony, but runs out of ammo. Reload, kids. It even gives you an indication.
Oh, the dry peek there by Biscuit's not good, but hey, the trade's there for Clone. Got the 4v2 now for NAU, so a good position overall for the defensive side, but at least the offense have gotten the wall opened up from maintenance that allows Butters to find one onto Donut. Now puts us in that 3v2, so a good chunk of that defense is up above, and now at least one of those 2 players has now fallen back to help assist EC3 on the bomb site, but swiftly dropped down by Bandrews. The AK-12 will rip him to shreds. EC3 trying to play for range, not bringing the DMR for that area, rocking the P10 instead. Maybe just an elaborate bait and switch. You've got Cologne potentially working that flank, but I think Butters is aware of that position down the 90 corridor, currently watching, lying in wait, but not overexposing themselves as well. A good position to hold currently for Butters as that plant will go down. The Valkyrie swings out, now detected by Butters. Now in a really tough spot to try to play for that retake. Bandrews now just under half of their health pool, but still, Butters, like I mentioned, in a pristine position to hold for that post plant, but oh, the arm's been spotted. There's the confirmation by Cologne. He swings wide and wins that!
There's a Claymore, there's a Claymore, there's a Claymore, there's a Claymore, there's a Claymore.
Oh, he sees it though. Close call there for Clone. I was giving it the moment of silence to see if Clone could actually spot it, and he does. NAU, despite the jig being up essentially, he still wins on the retake in the open against the Dokkaebi and Ace.
Oh, I should not have been able to win that either. The swing was near perfect in towards mechanics as well. The first kill should have been found a second earlier, and if they actually find that kill a second earlier, their teammate doesn't fall and it becomes a 2 versus 1 rather than a 1 versus 1. But swinging for that second, even with them knowing where you are and the time against you, is just so perfect. You swing a first time, you show your shoulder at head angle, and then you re-swing at a crouch level just to throw them off on a vertical recoil level. That's so clean. on the retake. I love the play. I love the kill. Very well done. Exactly what NAU needed. Clone able to step up where required. And the team as a whole steps up as well. Biscuit finds 2 kills in the round. Clone finds 3. Combined, they had 5 kills before the round started. After, they find 5 kills in it just there.
Well, now with the overall match prolonging a bit more than what we saw in Skyscraper heading to round number 8, things look significantly better for Bowling Green. And that was really their round to win. Although they could not clear out Biscuit whatsoever, they did make up for it by still finding the weaknesses that NAU had, which was a lack of site presence, so they get the upper hand with the 2 anchors that are playing there. They get control of Throne Room, get the plant down, and their setup for the post plant too, like you mentioned, it was solid. They just, didn't swing out at the exact moment that they needed to tag team the Valkyrie, and that does grant 2 isolated 1v1s. But as well, you were incredibly low on HP. Clone was 1 bullet away from death against that DMR, and Butters just was not able to connect it. Maybe the nerves getting the best of them there, but hopefully trying to figure it out for the rest of round 8, that could change. But overall, the early round, like I mentioned, that was a big issue for Bowling Green. If they cannot deal with that immediate roam presence, if they cannot deal with that first contact, maybe NAU could just clean up their mid-round presence and have a lot more success on these defensive rounds.
You need that success. In goes Roteratone. It'll take care of only, and I say only, the barbed wire on the floor there. It does not clear out the Syria gate based off of just an explosion. It does require going through the Syria gate itself. They actually shoot out the second Roteratone as well. I believe it is Oven has been seen on the arcade stairs. Potato does make it out with their life, but is still caught with that concussion, and now being shot out from the bottom of the main stairs as well. Flashbang in that general position. They want this alibi, however, the alibi just not even giving them the time of day, at least not well susceptible to being shot out from a long angle. Will find a refrag, but it is Oven finds the opener. EC3 will fall.
Oh, the call's there, but so's Potato. He sprays down the Oven. The info just not being played off of properly. A misplay there by Bowling Green, as you still have the alibi roaming as effective as ever. He lines up another one. Potato finding 3 on this round. Could maybe get 4th, but just narrowly misses out on Shaggy. There's Butters on the response. Good trade onto that alibi, but there's still 1 more closer towards Bunk that could still prolong that inevitable push. And even if they die, it's not a big concern, but instead they go for the safer play, the smoke, to give them room to breathe, room to fall back. They reinforce that rotate hole, and now Bowling Green have to spend even more time getting into a different bomb site because they have no more Heartbreach. They cannot enter into Initiation Room unless they go in from waiting.
I'm not going to say that should be the round, because honestly it shouldn't be. BGSU's still in this, but there's only 40 seconds left. That's the main issue. And not only that, but you talked about the lack of a hard breach. That really funnels them into what NAU are well aware of what could come through. It's either the rotate using what could be that jump hole, but well, that's being held, not anymore. Biscuit has their head removed from the rest of their body and dies because of it. A C4 and a Toxic Babe still available. I want Donut plays through the alibi Prisma and finds the opening kill because of it, and the M590 from behind will find the kill required. That hole wasn't actually there, it's a replay bug. Nonetheless, very good kill, and very well coordinated at that. That's the crossfire you need. NAU Varsity, tie us up.
The Prisma there, the icing on the cake really as well, to allow the smoke to get a little more aggressive and actually assist the player who is a bit closer towards that initiation side of the map. Like you had mentioned, things completely even in terms of foundation for rounds for both Bowling Green and NAU. And I think it was, Bunker now in play by that defensive lineup, looking to get the potential 3-round flawless rotation that we saw them accomplish over back on Skyscraper. The rounds have been a little bit closer, albeit, but still, towards the end game position, NAU do look a little bit more competent, at least on that round, because they knew how to set up during that 3v2, and overall to call Nade to have the mute fall back, I didn't think it'd be too detrimental, but allowing him to actually get that reinforcement down to force only 2 entryways for Bowling Green had a lot more impact when you took an extra second to let the round itself play out, and maybe NAU could find a way to replicate that exact same effect, maybe having that roam game still alive as ever. As I mentioned earlier, if they allow people like Potato just kind of walk around like a chicken with their head cut off and just find kills, it's going to be a living nightmare for Bowling Green, as they were able to do almost the exact same thing on their first tab. It's just the favor now returned by NAU.
So, I've done some research, by the way, in the last few rounds. Well, we've had the rounds actually transpiring. Going back all the way to when it was 3-1, and NAU Varsity were trying to make it 3-2. You remember that concussion from the KS Lifeline?
Yep.
It went on to the diffuser. It was indeed bugged. Here's your fun fact. It rebounded off the back right wall, the back center wall, and should have expired and cut off that diffuse. There was about a quarter of a second left when it actually went off on the diffuse. I've slowed it down multiple times. It was about a quarter of a second to a tenth of a second. It should have been a round victory for NAU Varsity. It wasn't. A little unfortunate that a game bug got the best of them because it went off before the diffuse came through, but there was actually no full concussion effect that landed onto the castle. And there's a 3-meter radius on that thing, so that's 9 feet. It's more than enough towards the back corner. Still didn't land. Anyway, NAU Varsity have indeed brought it back, albeit not fully. They are not winning by 2 rounds right now, and I don't think they're going to be by any when this round comes to an end. Potato does find a flank, and a double as well. They just do not watch Dragon Stairs. And because of it, the Alibi finds a double up to 15-5, by the way, on the map. And it's back to a 3 versus 2 from a 5v2, by the way.
And Oven had such a good opening as well. Could still be a win, though. Bandrew's a very important fight to win against Potato, still trying to play on that roam from the backside. EC3, though, he might have the element of surprise here. Finds 1, finds 2, that's the diffuser. Can he get 3, though? He cannot. Enrock barely saving the day from a flank that just flat out should not have worked to EC3, just flat out charging his opponents and almost racking up 3 at the DMR. That was a round from the start that should have been Bowling Green's way, but it all came down to a simple 1v1. And it might have been because, again, that lack of utility usage by I suppose, the air jabs, or just them being shot out. I can't quite confirm.
No, it's got to be just them not being used, because they dropped into control and just didn't go around towards Dragon. And you have to question again, why not? It's a lack of utility when that's your entire operator's kit. You have that and flashbangs. Breaking news, flashbangs are not that cool. I don't get it. Anyway, NAU Varsity will now move back down towards Throne. I do like the fact they're heading back to what's worked before. This should be a little bit of a better round. Knowing what BGSU's tried in the past, they should be able to lock it down a little bit better on this defensive side. But even then, if BGSU have the flexibility that they've shown into this map as a whole, maybe they have an answer for NAU Varsity's defense. Hopefully we'll see them counter one another and have a completely different round this time around. Looking at operator selection, maybe not so much. NRock is playing on the gridlock, so they have that redundancy in terms of a flank watch, or I suppose a flank watch period, because Oven has decided to not use air jabs.
Honestly, I would just like to see Oven maybe on the Iona, since they have been playing very, I suppose very aggressive in a lot of engagements, being usually one of the first few people to take gunfights. Could definitely help a little bit more, and having those grenades as well to force back the early presence in the round could be very effective, while you have people that are more in the back line bringing out those air jabs. Maybe having the gridlock, though, could be extra insurance, and you might want to save those air jabs for late round instead, but you know why. 40 seconds have now gone away, and it's Oven once again looking to take that first form of a gunfight. So far, not able to connect on a single soul, but they are in the right place to do so.
Bomb located by attackers.
Throwing in the track stinger, and they are caught by a magnet. Second attempt at it. Actually, Biscuit gets the kill, but doesn't take care of the track stingers. Apparently, he doesn't really care. You still found an opener. You still found the gridlock. Tracks can be taken care of later. Gridlock, not so much. I Want a Donut trying to aggress with the FMG-9 in hand. Will throw in their second of 3 toxic babes. That's a lot of utility really early on, which I don't fully understand, but I think they're trying to pour some back right into Biscuit, who's up top, finds a foot, doesn't find the head, and actually almost has their own head taken away. Lucky to be alive as of right now, but is indeed, and retains this 5v4 for NAU.
Still, those smokes going out, eventually they will run out for Donut, and now there is just all but the actual site presence try to slow down this attack. EC3, what a lineup against Bandrew, just barely surviving that engagement, but still something, of course, is better than nothing. Now Bowling Green have no hard breach left on this round, so their best bet is to go probably through both Dragon and that hard breach that they've already made, heading in from maintenance towards the bomb site itself, but they still have the player of Biscuit to deal with behind that throne position. No more grenades left, so they really can't force him back whatsoever. Potato now being dropped, though. A small opening found by the offense, but not only do they have to worry about that throne position, but also that potential flank by Clone as he still waits by top Dragon.
Oh, and this Dragon flank could come in sooner rather than later as well. Shaggy finding one, but Biscuit an immediate trade. I want a donut finding one as well. That should be the round. It is Oven actually being flanked in through this bracket position. 11 and 7 on the map, needs to go up to 14 to put BGSU onto map point, but their whereabouts certainly known as they attempted to aggress, and they're being heard as well. There's a flank set up through maintenance. I don't think there's a drone on that either. There's no easy way into the site. There's no easy way away to the site. They still need to grab the diffuser. They still need to get down. They will clear out maintenance, so to bare minimum, they have a shot at this. And there's a drone on this position for Clone. 15 seconds, they have a shot at this.
Seems a little more possible now as he finds that kill on the Clone, but still, having to recover the diffuser or just work for gunfights could be rather challenging. A direct trade by Forfeit giving NAU the round, even if they didn't have that last defender alive, as again, the diffuser was not planted at the moment. So things tied up once again, 5-5. NAU now opting to go potentially to Bunk, which I believe did grant them a round win in the past. The only one that gave them trouble was, I believe, it being Offices. Actually, no, it might have been the other way around, perhaps, Dan. I might have gotten them mixed up.
Offices was their round win. They lost Bunk because they tried to aggress into initiation.
That's what
they
it
did
was,
win the initiation in Office.
That was when EC3 almost got 3. Yeah.
Spread. Exactly, yes.
Yep.
They were playing very spread into initiation on their bunks in Office, or on their bunks in daycare defense, and it almost worked for them, but unfortunately not. Honestly, if you find one extra kill here for NAU or you don't get game bugged, this game's over. You're looking at a 7-3 victory, maybe right now 6-4 if either of them happen, but two differences, and we're in a completely different scenario. They do think better of reinforcing that second office wall, now creating a head hole rotate instead, or peak hole rotate, instead of actually fully reinforcing it. It's a very unorthodox defensive setup. I do think it's relatively standard, and they're playing similar to what they have before. No, Biscuit's actually going to try and run out towards this far side. They haven't actually fully broken the barricade, so no sound cue will be given over. Anybody repels or even starts to walk up without fully droning it, Biscuit's going to find a kill. They're prepping it. They hear a repel on their right side. I don't know if they're going to be able to find the kill. Drone's thrown in. It'll find the information, and Biscuit will back away. Biscuit finds a drone, and there's only 8 left, so I suppose 2 drones in the first total of minute 15 seconds of both prep and action. That's not the worst thing.
Okay. Could have found a kill, though. No one was aware that he was actually playing there, but there was info where Bandrew was originally repelling from. But I guess in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. He just rotates a bit closer towards that control hatch and ends up killing Butters instead. Still playing in that same position, now falling back, maybe expecting a grenade by someone playing in that top floor. He will just vacate the premises and be a little bit deeper in this extension, so to speak. About a minute has now burned away. Bowling Green still trying to locate if there is anyone actually inside a cache or not, and they'll eventually confirm that room to be empty, so they'll get ready to hop inside, but it's being denied still quite well by NAU. Clone just boomsticks Oven, and now you've got top Dragon control, but again, it comes down to those same 2 choke points we've been talking about countless times, and they're not able to really get past these choke points. It's Biscuit to find another. Clone sprays down Shaggy with the SMG, and Biscuit wraps it up to give himself and Clone that buddy ace, and now a pause is being called by Butters. They want to try to make it to overtime.
You know, I'm very happy BGSU are calling this timeout for 2 different reasons. Number one, they really need it. Heading into this final round of the map and maybe the series, it's something they desperately need to be able to slow things down and figure out what is going wrong for us. Also, I want to have an extra minute to break down the round, because that was a wild round from basically the get-go. Biscuit was trying to aggress on the main balcony. Obviously did not work, but still found the drones, so BGSU, after seeing the Jaeger aggressing, is like, oh, we're looking at NAU on a top floor defense trying to play horizontally aggressive. We should be able to clear this relatively quickly. And honestly, they do. They push it back. They make sure that that defense is just gone. The issue, they didn't find the kills to do so. Instead, they were really just looking for real estate. And it can be as free real estate as they want. If they don't actually find kills while doing so, your aggression onto the site is going to be easier said than done. As time continued to transpire, there was no simple way for them into the map, nor into the site. You saw Clone get the clothesline with the M590. That was around towards the bathroom window as unnamed addressed. And Biscuit finding the closing kill as everybody fell around them, or everybody on BGSU, I suppose, fell around them. It was a clean finish for NAU, and they're looking to make it a clean finish overall with 3 straight and the map as a whole.
Initiation now being locked in for NAU as their potentially last bomb site in play, unless we have Bowling Green actually come out on top in this round. Overall, the coordination
Defenders,
didn't
protect
seem
your bombs
bad
from
in terms of,
being
placement
by
of players. It was just where they were looking at. It didn't seem like everyone was on the same page in that department as to who was holding what angle, hence granting Potato a lot of success on that roam, more specifically in through the daycare portion of that map. If we see that same kind of, miscoordination in terms of who is holding what angle in those positions, that could be a pretty good way to start things up for NAU, but maybe Bowling Green just want to ignore that altogether. They have the Ying and Finka in selection during the prep phase. They might just try to hop into the bomb site as quickly as they can and just hope to have some magic happen perhaps, but the way they would want to entry into the bomb site could be rather challenging, not only with the lack of hard breach, but also how much map they still have to cover before using those Candelas.
Either that, or they're all going to walk around through Cafe and try to regress from that side. That's the
Think they
only
go up
way
Dragon?
in which I see this working.
I don't think so. Maybe control room.
Yeah, it's looking like a control Dragon split, maybe. They need to play through Connector, and they have to play quickly as a team. If they are not quick enough, there's already 30 seconds left, and they're just still droning in. This is par for the course. At a bare minimum, they are on course to be somewhat successful. Biscuit, well aware of the fact that one could be on the balcony, is now looking in both directions of both the door and the window. But they've moved around the map, actually, towards not only this north side, but around towards the west side as well.
Bomb located by
NROC on the
attackers.
back alley window, actually the bathroom window on the top floor, looking to aggress there as well. Vanderus does lock in that Ying, as we were talking about, so has the LMG in hand, or theoretical LMG, I don't know what you correctly define as well, but basically is. Still unorthodox for BGSU in terms of their operating.
Big gun, even bigger mag, even bigger damage output, and even bigger annoyance with that primary gadget, but Clone still kills the Ying! Oh my goodness! Biscuit fully blind, but Clone surely is, and here comes a swing by the Jaeger, but it's not well timed against Shaggy, but still, you have the Mute finding several in this round, and Potato jumps in as well. Once again, the, I suppose, rush/early execute attempt completely backfires, and wow, what a back shot by Potato. Down goes NROC off the rappel, leaving only Oven, who just gives away their location, trying to work a pick onto Clone as the C4 just got wrung out. This does not look to be the successful, I suppose, redemption arc by Bowling Green. They look good at the beginning of Theme Park, but slowly falling off in that second half. This could be it for them as well. 1 minute left to go. That is plenty of time, sure, but NAU, they're just closing in like vultures on a dead body. And there's the dead body they find to poach. It's NAU to take this one 2-0. Map 1 was a stomp, but at least Theme Park was a little bit closer, I'd say.
It was very close, and I have to give it to BGSU. They looked like they had information as to what they needed to work off of in the second map. But it is still a map loss. Plain and simple, you lose the map. 7-5 doesn't help you. You need to win maps for a map difference to play in your favor. Maybe round difference later on if intricacies really get tight towards the end. But they're at 1-5. They need to stop talking about playoff tiebreakers and even being in the playoff tiebreakers. Because they're not looking good right now. It's not looking like a playoff type of season for them. And if they're going to change that, it would have had to happen right now. At a bare minimum, now it has to happen the day after Thanksgiving.
I think for one thing,
wrong holiday.
It's all right. You know, we all make mistakes. English is hard. You said it yourself. But so is timing rushes correctly. I made a very, blank and pocket term earlier of usually you want to get a rush down in like the early half of a round to make it successful. You're giving your opponents less time to set up and know what you're doing. That's only half true. It's a bit of a double-edged sword on a rush. So long as you have, your opponents unaware of when and how you're rushing, it can work. The big issue there that I saw both times by Bowling Green when attempting a rush is they didn't really have any extra pressure from a different part of the map. They didn't have anyone, fake clearing out a different part of the map to cause distractions for the defense. So when they see control hatch, dragon window, and cache door open up, they know, okay, this is where they're going to push in from. And there was no other direction besides maybe one guy holding a cutoff angle on bathroom window, and that was it. And you can just avoid that guy if you want to still hold in cache room or just fall back in waiting room hallway. So what does that lead you? It still leads to the same direct gunfights. And if you can't work off those candelas, it's not going to accomplish anything. You need to have those fake points of the map as your quote unquote start to the attack. And then you rush in elsewhere, or you rush in like 30 seconds time to give your opponents no time to adapt to your actual rush. But because neither one of those two things happened, it's a pretty straightforward win for NAU. Sorry to go on the tangent, but it's good advice to follow up if you want to do those plays again.
Notably, you're not wrong. That's the biggest part. You look at this for NAU and you say, there's a lot you can work with in this conversation, but BGSU really need to meld their attack. Their defense looked okay. I think it could have looked a little bit better in the later stages of that first half, but overall it looked pretty good in the second map. The first map, it really just didn't get shown. They played one round and they got dumpstered in said round, at least later on in the aforementioned round. Nonetheless, it is a 2-0 victory. I do have exact numbers for you. It would have been a single kill and 0.126 seconds not being bugged by Ubisoft, and it would have been a 7-3 victory for NAU. But instead, that is not the case. It's 7-5, still a victory, 2 rounds the difference, not too shabby for Northern Arizona University, and it is a victory for them. 7-0 on Skyscraper, 7-5 here on Theme, and a W in the column. They'll look to move on to next week with a win. Of course, Fellow and I covering the mainstream next week. If you're looking to watch some more NECC action, twitch.tv/NECC esports for the mainstream, twitch.tv/NECC2 for the B stream. That also applies to tomorrow with League of Legends action. If you want to watch the MOBA, go ahead and do so. That starts tomorrow at 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern, maybe a little bit earlier on the B stream. We'll see what comes to fruition. Hopefully we see you then. If not, remember, Rainbow Six the day after Halloween. Hopefully we'll see you there. Bye-bye.